Hello and welcome to the monthly restream of the weekly DDR race, DDR standing for Dungeon Door Rule Set. This is going to be kind of a showcase of the rule set as we're starting to get a little bit more involved in some of the settings and involving glitches. So we're looking forward to kind of showcasing a different side of OOTR from standard. And here to join me are Arthur Rodini and Dobby Digital. How you doing, guys?
Hey, Dobby. Hey, Shiro.
Hello. Hi. Good morning to everyone.
So as Shiro just said, this is going to be played almost on a standard seed. You only have a few cutscenes that are supposed to be useful cutscenes. So at the entrance of Forest Temple, you will have the cutscene with the pose, so that you can fiddle around with that. And you also have Darunia's cutscene playing at the beginning of Fire Temple. Other than that, the entire logic is what you're used to in standard, and the dungeons have to be accessed kind of legibly, and the boss doors have to be opened with the boss keys. So we're still going to be opening quite a bit of chests.
Mm-hmm. In general, dungeon door requirement, it's fairly open in what you can do. There are some global things that are banned, some global tricks, including item manipulation, rung warp, equip swap, bomb hovering, in any form of hovering. And there are also the requirements, as Arthur mentioned, for entering the dungeons in more or less the intended way, which we'll see more when we get to it.
So the idea is to make a beginner-friendly category that makes it really easy to just go ahead and learn things step by step, so that it is appealing to any players, and especially standard players, because they know they can just complete the seat as usual if they haven't learned much yet. So we have seen nothing so far in Mido's house. This is why you can see T2, Shaggy, and Neef just going away, but Keymaker is making the play to go into Sword Maze and check what's in there. The idea behind that is that if you get a hint that Kokiri Forest is barren, then you can save the time that was to do the Sword Maze.
In general, a lot of the power of the glitches will come when we get more items. And so for now, we're likely to see a lot of the similar routing as the beginning of Standard, since your first priority is getting the items you need to break open this game like an egg.
Exactly. So we see T2 and Neve going to the open grotto, which is a very classic opening for Standard. And we have Shaggy rushing to Cuckoo's, because that's what you usually do in bingo. It's a pretty risky play, I would say, but we'll see if that pays off.
We do have, in terms of DDR runners, we have a lot of bingo players, which you'll see fairly frequently in terms of Keymaker and Shaggy. They'll tend to do a lot of bingo strats, such as doing Cuckoos or going for the sword chest right away.
So I didn't see the hint in Open Grotto. Did anyone see what it was?
I did as well. I think my stream was lagging through that.
Yeah, chat is going to tell us. GTG is foolish. That is quite important. Big zone.
Very nice one to have a foolish hint for.
And T2 is taking the risk to go and check that hint, which makes time of day not lenient at all, and he gets rewarded with, and he failed here, so he's going to have to change his opening. He knows Garon City is barren, but he cannot get to castle early. Collecting Cuckoos is fire arrows.
We'll see if those end up being useful. Once some of our players check the stones in the medallions.
Yep, fire arrows can be used to open Shadow Temple, so I think it's at this point you want to get them if you're Shaggy. So you're not bailing on Cuckoos.
We also did see that we have Sacred Forest meta, Way of the Hero. Since this uses the same logic as standard, that can be a bait sometimes in terms of getting something like a warp song just to get to Forest Temple, but it can also be pointing towards a use of song like Zelda's Lullaby or such. One interesting thing for this rule set is that there are some hard requirements in terms of the dungeons. Zelda's Lullaby can be skipped in most circumstances. However, if it ends up being that Shadow Temple is a required dungeon, that means that Zelda's Lullaby is required. So you are needed to ride the boat.
So T2 is now clearing a little bit of the lake, and he probably just did set up the Scarecrow song. And he's getting a lot of rupees, which is good for him. He usually likes to go for early adult.
We also did see on Nefe's side, we saw Ruto's letter. In this rule set, that is almost entirely worthless. It can be useful if you need a bottle, but we don't need it at all in order to access the Zora's Fountain area. As adult, there's a very, very easy clip. And as child, there's a somewhat more difficult clip than it requires to choose, but is usually not that difficult, especially for these players.
Yeah, you could also get through without anything with, I think it's blank A. But it's very difficult and not so many people know about it. You have to set up blank A with the ladder at the beginning of domain. And then know your way up there basically without camera.
That sounds like it looks super cool, so I might have to learn that just because I want to see what it looks like. Alternatively, I'm sure that Dotso has a video on it.
It's a Tsundere strat.
Then there'll definitely be a good video for it.
Yeah. So was that the second hint for SFM being Way of the Hero?
I believe so. I think we found the first one
each side.
near Deku Tree. So.
And Shaggy getting Ruto's letter too. Okay. Keymaker going for the play Valley, probably into Lake. It's a very safe opening, but it doesn't have too many checks. In Standard, we see most of the top players just skipping that, since you can do most of that as adult.
Yeah, that is nice. We do know that we don't have to do 50 skulls, which is nice regardless of the rule set. You never want to have to do 50 skulls.
Ocarina of Time is Prelude. Colossus left hand is nothing. Okay, so for now, the most standard route is done by Neef. He's going to apparently go for the 3 songs route. This is the safest, even in DDR. Rushing to songs still is a very strong play. And T2 going early adult. Forest, Deku. So Deku being Forest Medallion is something that you don't really want to see when you go for early adult, so T2 might be a little sad right now because it unlocks a song, and in Randomizer, songs are really, really powerful. Looks like Keymaker is going for the lake hints.
Interestingly, none of our players so far have gone for the early Deku play, which in this case would actually be quite rewarding in terms of a free song as well as the medallion.
Mm-hmm. I think Neef is going to be the first one to complete Deku.
Usually after getting the item in the back of Lon Lon, most players will save warp.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shaggy making the jump. Dead Hand is a small key. Dead Hand being a small key is quite good because you could potentially skip ZL in bottom of the well. And going to Dead Hand is the most complicated trick. T2 using a very nice jump setup. Okay, we're
There's
going to
that hint
discover
for
what's
the
behind Malin.
weapons.
And T2 just got a wallet. Oh, that Shaggy already has, by the way. That's nice. 200 rupees is really handy. It makes that you don't have any problem buying a shield. Ooh, choose right up there. I think T2 is going to go grab them. It's really powerful.
Choose make for some very easy tricks, which we might end up seeing. The most notable of which is mega flipping, which can skip a lot of hover boots requirements, as well as other spots where you just need some extra distance. Wait, T2 isn't grabbing them? Okay.
He's using a setup that needs the entrance angle, so it's 2 side hops from the entrance. He waited a bit too long before the 2 side hops. You have to wait a tiny bit, and then you're good to go.
That's pretty cool setup. I usually just backflip onto it and it takes me 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's finicky and it sometimes doesn't want to jump, which is infuriating. But it didn't happen this time. So I didn't see the song that was on Malin, but we're going to see it again from Shaggy. Did anyone notice?
Probably Bolero, because I think we had a vanilla Zelda's.
Okay. ZL being early is a really nice thing to have. Usually when you rush songs, you're trying to figure out where is Zelda's Lullaby. Oh, Shaggy being in a tight spot. I didn't notice that Talon was giving the eye drops. So right now, save warping is kind of a tough decision. Because you will go back to having prescription. And we don't have any hint about Vigoron. So I'm gonna bet 49 for T2. Just place your bets whenever you want.
I'm going 48 myself.
Things going pretty nice for him so far. A little bit rushing the rolls, but it shouldn't cost him too much. 5 roll pattern, and it's on 48-49 pace so far.
Ooh, and we have a bow at the back, a long one. That's a very nice thing to have.
Ooh. It's nice to have, especially before going to Kakariko, because you'll be able to do the archery game, and T2 getting a free shield.
Looks like Shaggy is opting to save warp, so that will reset his eye drops. In this case, since we have Zelda's Lullaby, it's not too bad, since he'll be able to access Zora's domain. It just will be a little bit slower, though debatable whether it's slower than then skipping save warping for the next 20 minutes.
He also has Bolero, which could speed up if he needs to do the trade item quest.
So at this
But
point,
that
I
could
don't
be
think he
big.
has a way to cross the bridge. because I don't think a Mega Flip will reach from the bottom.
No, from the bottom you have no way that I know. Okay, Shaggy going for one stick and heading to Deku. He's probably using one stick because you can simply get ISG on the Baba and kill them with ISG and just fill up your stick capacity.
So for those who might be newer to glitched versions of Randomizer, or OoT in general, ISG, or Infinite Sword Glitch, is a glitch where you interrupt your crouch stab on a specific by doing some kind of action, and the game considers that you are attacking on every single frame. But it looks like he accidentally swung his stick, which makes it so you're not able to kill the Deku Babas with it. The Deku Babas are a little bit finicky, and a normal stick damage isn't able to damage them. But if you have the default damage, which is just 1, it is able to take them out. So if you do happen to accidentally swing, you have to go into loading zone to reset it.
I didn't know that. And T2 is already in DC. That is kind of the strength of early adult. You can do so much in DC at the beginning, but it will cost you some chews. He's very likely hoping to get a bomb bag or a hammer.
Or both. Both would be nice too.
Yep.
Depends how much of a jet seed Shira rolled.
For the record, I normally do roll jet, so watch today be the one time I don't, just because it's now jinxed.
Okay, so Shaggy using ISG in order to get more sticks.
Yeah, and Duke plugging the async. So, in addition to these weekly races, in the Discord there is a channel that there are about 10 seeds that were rolled that you can play asynchronously, meaning on your own free time you can start and stop. It's all in an honor system, but at least if you're looking to get into this rule set, please take a look at them. And definitely chat with people in Discord for some strats or other helpful advice as starting to learn this rule set. It's definitely not as intimidating as it may sound, and I think having this monthly restream to kind of showcase it has really helped in routing and all the different ways you can do all these glitches, because ultimately it's still rolled on the standard weekly preset, just enabling useful cutscenes. But we get to do all of these cool extra things to kind of spice it up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently on T2's tracker, he just got a scale. And Shaggy just got Furor's Wind, which is really strong.
Ooh, T2 also got a strength.
Strength.
That's a very nice thing to find in here.
Well, technically strength is completely useless for DDR because you can skip all of the instances that need strength, but it's going to be really helpful for him in order to save some chews, especially if he wants to clear out Dodongo's cavern.
It will allow him to very easily beat King Dodongo. I believe it's been fixed that now you can use chews for that. However, if you've got strength, you might as well use it.
True. Okay, so T2 being really careful, not willing to jump or having any problem right here. That is a problem.
Thankfully, there are many setups that help for blowing up the eyes using chews from the bottom here, which we're going to be seeing one here, I assume.
Yep. So he has to cook a chew from that position. Ooh, is it this one? I think it's the other one. It's the one you have to cook.
That's his last. It's a good thing he saved, just in case.
Was probably a good idea to reset and save that last chew.
Yeah, he's opting to reset now to get that chew back.
So Keymaker is about to get his bow. And T2 is now heading to probably Goron City. Does he know that Goron... Oh yeah, he knows that Goron City is barren. And he has strength. He's now going to clip... Oh, don't backwalk. It's gonna jump. Oof. There's a side hop jump slash that gets you in there. Oh, he was holding up. So for that side hop jump slash, you want to have neutral on stick during the jump slash so that you don't get that recoil.
This is the first time I've seen this. This is very cool.
Yeah, and it's pretty lenient. We checked that it's like 3 frames.
I play on N64, and this is decently laggy area. So 3 frames is about 10 years. So that's very lenient.
Yeah, and so the tip is to not hold up or any direction. Since during a jump slash, any direction will act the same and will just make your jump slash go further. So we have a triple Deku tree right now. What do you mean, Xani? You mean weave jump is hard? It's a 1 frame hold up, but if you're comfy with pulse buffering, it's alright. Ooh, T2 is going to showcase some really cool thing here. So he's going to ledge clip, and Link will be hanging inside the structure. And when Link is hanging, he has a dangling animation right and left, and he's going to have to wait for a kind of precise window to drop and jump slash, and he should get inside. Perfect. So that allows him to skip talking to Link the Goron and stopping him entirely.
Which is especially good in this case, because I don't think T2 has his bow yet, so we'd have to use a chew, and that is not very good at this point.
Did T2 just crash? T2 crashed. Oh no. Okay, he has a reset point in DC, so that's not that bad. T2, don't give up, just go for it.
You can do it. On Shaggy's end, we did find that Goma gave us the hook shot, which is very, very nice item to have.
So the Deku play was really, really strong. I honestly had never seen anyone crash like at the beginning of DMC.
Okay. I'm not sure what caused that. With VC crash, who knows?
Yeah, VC crash is usually just a memory allocation going wrong.
I'm just gonna refresh it, and comms if you want to refresh your page too. So we'll see if maybe that'll fix the audio desync.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, he just targeted the wall. Okay, T2 going for the ledge clip once again.
He just wanted to
right
show
now,
you this cool trick again. So that was the goal.
and getting his hook shot. So we'll see what's the play so far. Shaggy is completing Lost Woods, so that's a very classic 3-song right now, even though he didn't do Open Grotto, which is a little weird. Gerudo Valley is foolish. And right now we have our 3 Baron hints.
Baron hints are really nice in DDR since you have a lot more access to different areas, regardless what the logic thinks. It's nice to just not have to worry about entire areas and just be able to skip them. And the sooner you find out that information, the better.
So T2 having a little bit of a problem with the window to drop from the ledge. Juke, do you know how many frames is that?
Now, this trick probably, to answer Tom's question, it probably saves not that much in rando. In a vanilla setting, it would definitely save a lot more time since Link of the Goron talks for literally forever. In this context, you might not be saving that much.
It's 1 drop frame? Oh, wow. Okay, so for example here you see like T2 is going for a difficult trick, but that's definitely his choice because he has strength, which means he could just pick up a bomb flower, stop laying the Goron, and with fast text he would be done by now. So that's really up to him to want to try something that is more difficult, and DDR is beginner friendly for that. It's like you can take the risks you want, but you always have a way to go easy.
It is also unfortunate for T2 that he got it first try and then it crashed, and this time it's taking him a lot more time. That is very unfortunate for him.
Just stop the core on T2. He's being kind of stubborn. I don't know if we can recommend. T2, come on. Anyway, what's happening with Shaggy? Shaggy hesitating a little bit, getting the hint.
And T2 just opting to use the juke. He probably forgot that he had strength. It is something that tends to happen. You don't use it in DDR, and so you just forget that it's a thing that you can do.
Okay, so he's going to go on now. And I think he definitely lost the lead here. He wasn't much ahead, but especially the Deku play, I think T2 has a tendency to be willing to delay Deku as much as possible in DDR, and today it might very well not pay off. That's not gonna work? Yeah. Okay, so what happened to T2 is that he's on a wooden plank that completely changes the way that the Chu is going to run off. So the Chu is going to take, for example, a frame to go down the wooden plank and therefore not be as far as it would have been otherwise. So that's why that mega flip failed, even though what he used as a frame data was perfect.
That's interesting. I didn't know that would happen. That's cool.
Yeah, that plank is evil. And also,
we have
you
30 skulls is dead now too. So we know that 30, 40, and 50 skulls are all dead.
that is sweet.
Now T2 remembered he had strength.
Oh, that did not work. Oh no. So Link the Goron has some evil mechanics, such as when he is at the peak of his turning around animation to dodge you, he has a few invulnerable frames. So even though the hitbox of the explosion was touching him, nothing happened.
I did see recently there's also a nice setup that you can do where if you go into the hallway with Big Goron, you can then reset the animation and try again with a nice setup as opposed to having to like time things properly.
That's true. Okay, Neef is going for a domain play. Probably handing in the letter. But he cannot place Furor. Hyrule Field Way of the Hero, that is really strong.
Be even stronger once we find ourselves some bombs or hammer. I'll see one interesting thing for turning in the letter is that there is a trick as adult in order to defrost King Zora without actually grabbing some blue fire. And handing in the Ruto's letter changes the positions and makes that trick a little bit harder to do. So it can be a risk sometimes to go for that.
And Sunsong is on Bolero. So not very rewarded so far. What was on Seria's? Was it Minuet?
Minuet, yeah. That could very easily be our intended way to get to the Forest Temple. So that could be our way of the hero. That's one that is debate even in Standard, since basically every runner knows how to skip Mido.
And Deku Tree Way of the Hero, I just read that in chat. That is very likely for the hook shot, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, T2 is not going to like that Deku Tree. That is for sure, Luna. But that's the game, and so with 3 songs, and if you go into DC, then you have your full kit for Forest Temple. You just don't have a bottle for a poke cutscene skip, unless you have handed in the letter. I think duping over Ruto's letter is not allowed.
That is correct, yes. Bottle duping in general isn't allowed. That is one of the cases where it doesn't really do anything, but it's still not allowed in this rule set.
Yeah, and it's very good for accessibility that, you know, some things are banned just because, you know, it doesn't have much use, and we don't want beginners to worry too much about those, and they can focus more on the rest. There's so many things that you can learn and that are easy, and it's just like, yeah, you jump slash into this corner and you'll get through.
There's also bottle duping is one of those glitches that if you do it incorrectly, you can dupe over important items and make it so you can't beat the seed. I would have to verify. I think ocarina items is also one that is not allowed because it can cause issues. Though I'd have to verify. I'm not 100% certain on that.
It is allowed.
It is allowed? Okay.
Yeah. And
It's
by
never
the way,
useful, but you can do it.
oh, it can be useful. Yesterday, Shaggy used it in Ganon's fight, in Ganondorf's fight, so that he could warp out. It was very interesting.
Oh, it says you to play Sun Song? Or did he actually
No,
play a warp song?
yeah, he played a warp song. And then, for example, if you want to complete Shadow Temple as a child, which is usually crazy slow and absolutely not necessary, you cannot just walk into the blue warp because it would crash. So you would have to do the blue warp cutscene skip in order for it to not crash. So you would need Ocarina item there. And quick reminder that blue warp cutscene skip is not a wrong warp, so it is allowed. T2 having such a bad time right now.
Oh,
Oh my god.
this is really rough to see right now, but he's through.
Things will get better, T2, don't worry. Okay, Shaggy learning very slowly that Goron CD is foolish.
Keymaker showing off his insane dodging skills.
He's waiting for the cycle to get into castle, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's right now just waiting for it to turn day. So he's just having fun.
Yeah, and he's a grand master of funny walking. Damn. Okay, Neve trying to ISG on the Kuko, so that looks like he is trying to get into bottom of the well.
This is actually the intended way to get into bottom of the well. There's another way you can use Song of Storms. However, that is the other optional way. In DDR, this is the preferred method. How it works is that you get infinite sword glitch, and then you pick up the chicken. This causes you to damage the chicken enough to cause the cutscene where it gets angry at you. However, that only takes place when you let go of it. And what you can do is then jump into the water, activate that cutscene. During the cutscene, Link just plummets straight down to the bottom. It doesn't react to the collision and stop them. And so from there, after the cutscene's done, you can simply swim in.
Whoa, Shaggy is doing something I have never seen. Oh, he's going to lake without escape. Let's go. So a little angle setup, then dropped and was aiming for a frame to jump slash. Doesn't look too crazy and very useful. Oh, he's not setting up the Scarecrow song. Probably not used to it.
That is one nice thing about having a bunch of experienced bingo players. You tend to see tricks that you've never seen before, and you would never think would be useful.
And Neef just found Din's fire in bottom of the well. And also bomb shoes. That's his first explosive, so he's probably really happy that he found that. Oh, it's only the 5-pack. Probably going to save scum that. Bottom of the well early is a pretty dangerous play. That's one big bait in DDR, is like you learn all of those cool tricks, and if you are too willing to use them, you end up just going out of logic too often, and you actually don't go into too much progression. So sometimes it is a very good play to just stick to a pretty standard routing and use the tricks just to have a little boost here and there. But going completely out of your way is a pretty dangerous thing.
It's also one thing that can be difficult is if you go very far out of logic repeatedly, it can be tough to remember what you have you're actually supposed to have at that particular point, and what you have that you can just you've gotten completely out of logic.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, taking it easy and actually being a beginner in DDR can save you from that, and you could very well beat all of those players trying to just go too ham on the tricks.
I know when we were first starting of the rule set, we tended to play at the same time as the standard players using the same seed. And we frequently did a lot of DDR players would lose to the top level of regular standard players, since the routing is just so much more critical than just being able to do tricks.
Exactly, and then the standard players, they usually have more experience than most of the audience of DDR so far, because it's mostly bingo people. And so the understanding of logic, the routing habits are just way too strong. So if you're a standard player and you're considering playing DDR, you actually have a huge advantage.
And there's a couple tricks that you can learn that just help things a little easier. In particular, having infinite sword glitch for a lot of combats, especially against something like Phantom Cannon. It just saves time, so you can just add the tricks as you feel comfortable and as you want.
It doesn't save time. But yeah, it's a lot more comfy. The glitchless one cycle with Master Sword is faster though.
We found a bomb bag in the bottom of the well.
Ooh, that
and
is
yes,
really strong
technically
for Neve.
it doesn't save time, except for if you would take 300 hours to beat Phantom Ganon.
Yeah, sometimes his tennis skills are way too strong, and we can't do much about it. So Neef is in a tight spot right now. Half a heart. Don't get hit by that bomb. You're okay. Oof, I was scared.
I'm waiting for another ice trap. Just oof.
I've seen people being able to mash out of it without losing 1/4 of a heart, but that implies you don't care about your joystick. A Keymaker going to go into Graveyard and checking the song there. He doesn't have a way to light the torches. Equip swap is banned, so he can't fire crouch stab. DDR mean dungeon door requirement. It's kind of a beginner-friendly, glitchy rule set that plays on a standard seed, so that you can just improve as time goes, and there's no required trick. The logic expects you to just play glitchlessly, and you can boost wherever you can. Okay, Shaggy is going to Composer Grave as a child, and he has Ruto's letter. Wait, he has Zelda's letters, so he could QPA. But I don't think he's going to do it. Okay, not yet.
So Techie, Water Temple is definitely one of the most interesting and confusing dungeons when it comes to the entrance requirements. You are required to open the door to Water Temple. So shoot the target in front of Water Temple to open the gate. However, then you can use any method you want in order to swim into the entrance. That includes obviously iron boots, gold scale. However, you're also able to ocarina dive. And there's some super crazy tricks where you would clip into the lakeside lab and then swim all the way across, but pop back inbounds before you touch the loading zone.
Which
Typically,
is almost
those are
impossible.
It's incredibly difficult. I don't think anyone has ever tried it. I think the only one who might be insane enough to try it is Dotso. We'll see once Dotso gets back home. It's going to be an interesting time for DDR. He's already suggested doing Gerudo Fortress as a Sphere 0 child check. So
Yeah, we'll see how it pays off for him.
I do want to point out, like, just because the glitches are allowed does not mean that's the way you need to complete the seed. I think that's kind of the silver lining in how these seeds are generated on a standard rule set, is that you can break it as much as you want within the limits of the rule set, but that doesn't mean that you have to. There is definitely a glitchless way to complete the entire seed. So it's really up to your own choice of whether you would like to spend 25 minutes trying to do a clip to skip getting strength 2 for spirit, or avoiding certain items by doing it a glitched way, but it does not mean you actually have to.
And on Neffy's side, we just saw a quick put away. It's a trick where you put away your Deku stick and access some kind of item you hold in your hand, and there's a cutscene. And that can cause some glitchy behavior on the crouch tab. It adds a bunch of properties to it, one of which being that it has the ability to light torches. As child, this is quite, or as child, you have access to many things to do this, notably beans and Zelda's letter. So that's quite useful here that we saw that Shaggy did. Or Neffe did, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think Shaggy knows about juke setup. So yeah, that might happen. So we are seeing on Shaggy basically things that Shiro just mentioned is like, out of logic is cool. It might be able to save you time, but you're not sure about it. And it's pretty much like in standard. It's not because you take the big risk that you're going to get the big reward most of the time. So that is something very important. If you feel like DDR is too complicated, actually making it simple might make you a lot faster than these guys trying to flex on those strats. And they will lose time just by not being able to pull them every try, or just going to zones that are out of logic and will have nothing.
We also see now on Neffe's side, since they have bombs, we are seeing our first super slides and Hesses. Both those are movement techniques where you use the extra push ability from the bombs to speed up your movement. There is a large misconception around that it's required if you want to be good at DDR. You need to absolutely Hess everywhere. In general, that's not really the case. Hessing doesn't save that much time. Hessing the entire distance, entire field seems like a minute. Maybe.
No, that's 20 seconds. But
20 seconds.
Yeah, Hessing is looks fast, but you have to set it up. You have to pull the bomb, you have to roll into it, do all of that, and it doesn't save quite as much as it looks. It's only twice faster than backwalking. It's 18 speed, backwalk is like 825. So it's really not necessary. And once again, some people might just go for 2 Hess attempts and just lose time over someone deciding not to go for it and just backwalking.
Is a 20-second estimate, is that using from using the setup from stopped, or is that using the setup where you backwalk and drop the bombs?
Excuse me, you mean how much do you lose to doing setups?
Yeah, in terms of it being 20 seconds faster than backwalking.
Oh, that's
Just out of
backwalk,
curiosity.
yes.
Oh, that's backwalk. Okay, so if you take the
Yeah,
time to set it up while stopped,
Yeah, that's gonna be
It's-
14, 15. So it's really not that much. Let's consider like if you get bomb bag early, you has everywhere in 3-hour seed. If you save 3 minutes, you've done great. Like you didn't miss any single one. And 3 minute is what? It's a bad play. It's like if you go to bottom of the well, there's nothing. Your opponent doesn't go there. You lose 5 minutes. You're never bringing that back with all of the hessing in the planet. So it's definitely not required, but it's very satisfying. It's very fun to do. Learning it is cool. So you could go for it. The idea behind hessing is that when you're holding a slight direction, there is a moment that Link will start turning, but is not yet stepping. And the way this is coded is not coded by being velocity 0, it just repeats the speed that you had before. So basically, if you do that after having like a knockback on your shield, it will just keep repeating the knockback speed. And that's how you can maintain great speed. Yeah, learning it is a bit hard, but it's like a piano trick. Like you just have to press many buttons at the same time. You get used to it pretty fast.
it's also it's similar timing as well for some of the other tricks. In particular, using bombs to mega flip, and so
Yes.
the timing helps as well for other things. We did also see Keymaker found long shot, which is something that can be useful in DDR, but isn't required for Morpha. Though it does mean that if we find that, we might not necessarily need to find hover boots.
Oh, Requiem was on Prelude? Okay. So maybe it was Nocturne? I don't know.
Oh, there's
Chat is
Song of
asking what
Storms.
was on
Both are great.
Minuet.
Yeah, Song of Storms, which gives logical access to bottom of the well. So we know that those bombs that Nefe found aren't that far out of logic.
Okay, Keymaker is warping to Colossus, going to have a new song. He could be skipping the silver block, but do you really want to do it? I don't know. And Wasteland Chat's dead. Thank you so much, chat, for reminding the hints. That's really cool.
We have a Pona song at Requiem. That opens up. We already had access to the Druida Fortress via the long shot. That does open up the 2 horseback archery checks.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
And
see
the
if
big bow.
someone ends up going for that, because that is pretty slow, especially when we know that GTG is barren.
Yeah, it's always difficult to think, do you want to do Gerudo Fortress when GTG is not worth it? And you have Requiem. And Gerudo Valley is also not a thing.
And we see Keymaker here going into Forest, so it likely means he's not going to attempt the Poe cutscene skip. That we'll see if that ends up being useful or not. That just allows you to more easily access the boss door. However, in Dungeon Door requirement, you are required to open the boss doors using the boss key, So it's entirely possible for that not to really save time. It depends where the BSK is. And we found bombs there. That's a very nice find.
And he's bailing? What? Oh, he
Sometimes
doesn't
hoping
have
to
a
come back now.
strength. He's going to DC. That is such a good play because the strength is in DC. So I think Keymaker might be ahead right now.
This also means he didn't watch the cutscene for the pose, so he does still have access to that later on. If it ends up being that we're in go mode or light era mode.
Yeah, that's true. So the main idea behind Poe Cutscene Skip is that you do not need to kill the last two Poes, which is the green one and the purple one. Sorry, I don't know the name.
Megan Amy?
And
maybe?
I'll trust you with that.
Been looking at a lot of bingo goals, so I'm 40% sure those are their names.
Okay, Redead Grotto is a scale. Was that the same scale that T2 found? I'm not sure.
I think T2's was in a grotto. Yeah, which one though? Now Shaggy's finding the those chews.
Yep, and he is having the evil problems with the jumping in there. Got it the second time, perfect. Okay, so Toxic told me T2 found one in DC, which means we know where the two scales are, so Water Temple is accessible right now. But in order to access to Morpha's room, they would need either hover boots or the long shot. One or the other would be fine.
And we know that Keymaker currently has the long shot. So we know the second one is in Crater. And once they have all of that, they would be able to clear almost all of Water Temple. Without the Iron Boots, there is exactly one check you can't do.
I think you can do it in DDR.
Without Iron Boots, you can get the center pillar one?
I think so. Some bingo mains might be able to confirm that. Okay, so which blade do we have right now? T2, what's happening? Going into river? What's the idea of the play? Maybe handing in letter? But it looks like he's just going for other things. Was there anything on top of Colossus?
I think just shoes.
Okay,
Which
so
are nice, but I don't think you'd bother going all the way here. Just grab some more shoes.
So that is being weird. He might be buying beans in case of a lake play because he doesn't have a hook shot. Or does he? He does have a hook shot. Okay, I don't understand his play, but let's let him do. Shaggy is now in DC, about to find some rupees.
We'll also find his strength.
Yep, and Keymaker is cleaning Hyrule Field. Very good play, clear your way of the hero. Have we found something yet in Hyrule Field?
I don't believe we have yet.
So then it must be that grotto.
we'll see what's there then, since this will be very interesting. Oh,
It's a
slingshot for Domo.
slingshot. It could be for the target in Lost Woods, but otherwise, slingshot is in logic to access Goma's room, since B1 skip is not in logic. Graveyard Way of the Hero. Did we know that yet?
I think one of our players saw it.
So what have we found in Graveyard? Nocturne? And that's about it.
I also like that the Way of the Hero hint on the bot has Stone Shadow Keku.
It's alright, playing the game is a good thing. This looks like Keymaker is willing to get the item that is on top of the volcano, but I didn't quite see what it was.
No. It's worthwhile for him to stop by, though. That in itself is interesting. Logically, we do have access to this, since we have Bolero to get here as child. However, this is if you get this fairly quickly, it's definitely faster than coming all the way back here just for this one item, or just to plant the bean.
Okay, so Keymaker is aiming a little bit to left. A good thing for that trick is you can just take it easy and hang to the to the edge that is pointing at that, very close to the bridge, and you have the good angle and the good position, which makes your life easier. Okay, so Keymaker is weirdly going for overworld checks while he could be doing DC, which is progression, which is allowing Shaggy to get quite a comeback, and Neef is also about to get more items for his progression. There's Goal Scale.
Now Keymaker does have access to Water Temple.
Yep.
We'll see if he decides to do that before doing DC. I'd be surprised, but with Keymaker we can never be sure.
That would be weird. So DC is 7 checks, no keys in about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And water is 1,000,000 checks for 4 items, and I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
Yes, Duke brings up a good point. It is, in this rule set, you are allowed to Weird Shot. It's a trick that lets you clip into the floor and shoot the hook shot from down below. However, there is an issue with randomizing tunic colors. If your tunic color has a green value over a certain number, I believe it's like 0x98 or along those lines, there's a number that you can hit. It causes the game to crash on VC when you, and I believe also emulator, when you Weird Shot. So it's something to be careful about if you do use those consoles.
Yeah, that's only true for Kokiri Tunic though. So you can randomize Goron Tunic and Zora Tunic, it will be no big deal.
The oddities about this game.
Yeah, Weird Shot is really, really weird. Okay, T2 is trying to do Blank A, so that's a 1.0 exclusive glitch, and he just lost his angle, so that is probably not going to work. T2, are you just gonna wing that? That's not working. Yeah. So T2 tried to get his angle in a way that So he didn't do the setup, and the setup has a turn to the left, but it's not only turn to the left 90 degrees. You turn to the left while the camera is blocked against a wall, so it actually does a slight correction that is off of 90 degrees, which is like a little detail of that setup. But T2 is usually a VC player, so he's not allowed to do blank A, so he might not know that. And you cannot target walls while you're in blank A states, so you would have to know the backups, which apparently he doesn't. That's going to go really bad. That was 40 SS.
So what the Tech, what this trick does, when you use blank A, it puts Link in a very weird state where a lot of collision doesn't work properly. Notably, it lets you clip a couple places that you wouldn't otherwise be able to, and it lets you just go straight through water. So it allows you to grab the 2 underwater checks as well as clip into a wall and do the check, and do the check that's that he just grabbed that normally has the bomb chest.
And Shaggy getting the long shot. So T2 is going to be really happy when he realizes that there's a bomb bag in the bottom of the well.
I'm trying to remember where in bottom of the well the bomb bag was. I don't remember if it was bomb locked.
That's a good question.
And I don't remember how many chews T2 has left.
He just safe to come at least 1, so
Yeah.
he should be fine.
Hopefully that will be fine. Yes, RJ brings up a good point. Also, hi RJ, which we actually saw T2 do. If you fail the setup to clip into the wall, you can just then go grab the other 2 underwater checks. Though that one doesn't help as much since T2 has Zelda's Lullaby, and so can just get those 2 normally. Oh, there's the bomb bag. That he will definitely be going for. But yes, there is a known value that causes it to. It's a known thing that causes it to break. So it would theoretically be possible to have a preset that just makes sure that doesn't happen. But
Yes, we are only 1 hour in. Happy 1 hour. Ooh, and the hammer. Is that important though?
is fire one of the required dungeons? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
No, it's an emerald, so we do not need to do that.
Keymaker about to get the hammer too. So in this situation, the hammer is not going to be unlocking much because it unlocks a check in Baron Gerudo Valley. It unlocks another check in Baron Goron City. And then what I can think of is DMC Fairy Fountain, which is going to be the only use of the hammer so far.
It could theoretically open stuff up in Stone Fire, but that would be absolutely disgusting. So we hope for our players that's not the case.
Yeah, you never want to do Stonefire.
You never want to do fire to begin with, especially not if it's stone. Fire is one of those dungeons that there are a few tricks in DDR that you can do to save a bit of time, but it's still very linear, so it tends not to be the preferred dungeon for most players.
I don't understand what Keymaker is doing. He has everything to clear Forest Temple. Forest Temple is required. The play is to rush there.
My guess is that I do know that a lot of players tend to put off Forest since they want to be able to do the Poe cutscene skip. So they hope that there isn't anything there and put it off for as long as possible until they really have no other option.
Okay.
Whether
So
that's a good play or not is
eyes-
debatable. But
In my eyes, that's not a good play. Like standard players would tell you, like you just rush progression and that's it. If you can't save those 40 seconds, it doesn't matter because doing overworld checks, waiting for a bottle, is going to lose like 20 minutes.
I personally am also of that opinion as well. It also helps that I suck at the Poe cutscene skip, but that's a side thing. It's mostly for the saving time reason.
Yeah. I also don't do Poe cutscene skip. I just don't like it.
I feel like the odd person out that I actually do it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty risky. It takes a bit of time to do, and okay, it saves time, but I'd be curious to see how much. If it's more than 30 seconds, I'd be surprised.
It's also an interesting thing where it can save lots of time. It can also actually lose you time, since if the boss key is very, very late into Force Temple, you effectively have to do the whole thing anyway. And so it really only saves a little bit of time to beat the last two Poes, which, especially if it takes you a couple tries to set up, it effectively loses all the time you would have saved.
True, but I think what you want to do if you do Poe cutscene skip every time is right after the ceiling crush room, like the checkerboard room, you just go back to central room and you don't have to defeat Amy or Meg. And that's most of the time save. Even though you want to full clear, you get all of the checks by doing that, which is a safe play, and you still skip all of those.
And I still think, even in that case, I think it still saves at least a bit of time.
True.
And this is why, just because you know how to do a glitch doesn't always mean it's worth it.
Exactly. So once again, standard players not too experienced could have a big advantage.
Speaking of standard players, we do have in the DDR rule set discussion channel, there was just recently there was a poll that was dropped. They're trying to get the opinion of various players, not just the DDR players, but also for standard players, about people's opinions for how the rule set can be improved. So if you have the time and you're able to, we'd love if you would drop by and fill out the survey. All information is good, so.
Yeah, and it's really important for this poll that we get the opinion of standard players because those are the ones that the rule set is made for, and so far all of the discussion is made by bingo players or RTA players that have a lot of experience on glitches. So, you know, like, they're usually not too scared, and if the rule set only listens to them, then things are gonna get quite hectic. So it's very important. If you play standard and think you may want to learn some stuff, please go give your opinion.
We want you all to join us and come to the dark side and learn some glitches.
Yeah, I think that's the very nice thing about DDR is that it is supposed to be kind of the school of magic for OoT glitches, and kind of also demystifying all of that because most of them are not too hard. Ocarina Halftime has pulse buffering, which allows you to reliably do precise tricks. So nothing should be too scary, and everything's gonna be fine.
Sloth getting some ideas for the OCS. It's good time also to plug, as Duke mentions. In the DDR channel, there also are some async bingo seeds, or not bingo seeds, some async DDR seeds, where they're pre-generated, and it's mostly by the honor system that you can go through and go through it at your own pace without worrying too much about being in a pressured race environment, and just go through and learn as you want, and talk with people about improving.
Yep. And we have Shaggy and Neve doing overworld checks or going to zones when both of them could clear Forest Temple, which is progression. So I think Keymaker is pulling ahead right now for the restream because he's just going for medallions.
Which you need to do them anyway, so you might as well go for them early.
Mm-hmm.
We did just see on Nifi's side, did the clip in order to get past King Zor as adult. It is literally free. You can there's a wall right next to a corner that you can target, and it gives you the perfect angle to jump slash right through. It is probably the easiest trick in DDR.
Yeah, and you have many tricks that are like that, which is you take an easy angle, you go get there, jump slash, and you're through. So really, don't picture glitches as something incredibly difficult. Most of them are just knowledge-based. If you know what to do, everything's gonna be fine.
And I also want to point out that the community itself has been extremely welcoming on learning these glitches. I joined the weekly, what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago, and Spirit is definitely not my favorite temple. Whether it is vanilla or MQ, does not matter. No discrimination in terms of that. Spirit just sucks. And I have to say, all the support that people came to my stream as I spent like 30-40 minutes trying to clip past the Strength 2 block was really encouraging. So if you want to learn them on the fly, thanks. If you want to learn them on the fly during a race, it's definitely probably the best way to learn them too, because it puts you into situations where you're like, you know what, I'm just going to practice this. Honestly, it's really not that bad. I did learn other ways to do the same trick, so definitely come in and talk to the team and get communicating with everyone, and there are definitely a lot of people that would either mentor or help you in learning some of these. And yes, I actually did join the Discord slots, so if someone puts instructions on how to patch the ROM, I would probably join one of them.
Okay, we're going to see some of Adult Lake, which we haven't seen yet, if I remember correctly. And Neve is going to be doing the fishing. So we just saw Neve go very deep in the water. Usually you want to do the opposite. You want to be as far out of the water as you can, so that the fish is going to, I have no idea what the verb is, but he's going to start jumping off the water and you can catch it very quick. So T2 is in Colossus, just got his song. I wonder what he's going to be doing now.
Oh, it looks like on Shaggy's end, we're going to see this cutscenes get the Poe cutscenes get 3 mentioned. So you want to drop a fish and then recatch it on a specific frame, and that causes you to regain control during the Poe cutscene. So see here, partway through the cutscene, we get this dialogue for the fish.
Perfect. Very interesting setup. I had never seen that.
I think that's actually the one that's on like ZSR. Some of the old videos. I think that's actually the setup they have.
Nice.
Oh, we just found hover boots.
Wow. Ooh. That is very important, because Dince is somewhere in bottom of the well. T2 has it. Shadow is way of the hero. T2 is going to rush progression. T2 is very used to standard randomizer, so he will be doing things as basically what you could see in standard. So he's going to do forest, get the same second strength as Shaggy just got. And what's happening on Shaggy's end? Is he locked? Is that Rip? No. Oh, okay. He just has to jump.
Yeah.
So now Shaggy has the elevator always up, which means he won't have to fight Amy and Meg, as we were saying earlier. T2 will not take that option and will just rush.
One interesting thing, however, a side effect is bad, is that state that the elevator stays up is reset if you die or if you reset the game. So if he ever does either of those two things, the elevator will go back down and he will have to fight Amy and Meg.
Ooh. That is scary. I had no idea.
Oh, is T2 doing your setup, Arthur? To get to the basement?
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like it. I don't know how he just set up that. I just saw him step, which is really scary. Is this working? This looks like it's working. He has to wait for Link's head to be underground. Yeah, you could wait one more frame, T2. Okay, and now put back hover boots and jump slash. That was an early jump slash, sad life. But yeah, that's the idea. You can still get to the basement if you don't do poke cutscene skip. But he's kind of winging it, which I think is really scary. There is a setup that will soon be documented. I promise.
Soon, TM. Arthur's only been telling us about it for like a month.
Yeah, I've been documenting else, so just give me some time. There's something else that we might see in Forest Temple. Forest Temple is incredibly fun in DDR. Honestly, it probably is my favorite temple. You can skip the frozen eye target, which means you can skip the use of a key. The trick is easy. It's just a ledge clip and you get to the checkerboard room directly. So very, very interesting and super rewarding, super fun to do. T2 will definitely go for it later on.
We may also see the hover boost in the courtyard. So we'll see if T2, I think, is the only one of our players that's in Forest, which I think is like everyone, that has hover boots. So
True.
T2's the only one who can go for it.
Yeah, and that also skips a key, so Forest becomes like a routing thing, which is many people don't really enjoy doing Forest Temple in Standard because it feels like a corridor. You need all of the keys, so you're going to check all of the chests. But in DDR, you really have options to do many else things. Oh, he missed. Oh, he got it. GG, T2. No!
Oh,
No!
he got crushed. Oh, that is tragic there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, poor T2.
We're
Just
going
getting
to
wrecked.
talk about that forever.
Oh.
Oh no. So the idea behind what T2 is doing is that you could easily access the basement, but what you want to do is also load it. And the area that will load the basement is just in the how do you call that? It's just under the elevator. So you have to hit that area, which is the reason why you get that mega side hop that will boost you around there and jump slash for a tiny bit more height. T2's having such bad luck in this run. But
Do you
I mean,
know,
he's...
does that have the same side effect as the poke cutscene skip? That if you save warp, the elevator goes back down.
You're not actually doing anything with the elevator, so it won't be up.
Okay,
So I don't see why you would want to do that. Oh wait, but we just saw T2 getting crushed by the elevator, so you actually get the elevator back down. So yeah,
maybe I'll just
what
light it back up.
Yeah, what I usually do is like after the checkerboard room, you take the door that goes to the courtyard, go back to main room, do that trick, and just finish up the temple. I don't see any reason to do that this early, because you're going to have to do the rest of the temple anyway. But that might be a little bit of a gamble in order to save some time. Go more T2.
He might also just be showing it to us since it's restream. That's also entirely possible. But we'll see if he rides back up. First try.
Okay, T2, don't skip that. Okay, nice. And strength too, really happy. That was worth it. Okay, keymakers. No, it doesn't work with Bigoron Sword. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you have to backwalk with Bigoron Sword. With Master Sword, when you slash, you have a lot of backward momentum, which makes that you actually fall, and then you can jump slash. And that would have made it to the checkerboard room. So sadly, Keymaker is going to be using a key, but he had that key anyway, and going to go with the Frozen Eye room.
He also makes his own keys, so he using a couple extras isn't a big deal for him.
We will see.
That is a good question.
T2 do it. Go ahead.
Oh, that's also a good question. I'm not sure where Nifit got magic. I think we are distracted by T2 doing the clip.
Double magic is in Lost Woods Scrubs Grotto? By SFM? Yeah, that might very well be. But I don't know where magic is. I haven't seen. I'm really sorry.
In chat is saying Zora Fairy Fountain for the first magic.
Thanks a lot for that precision. Okay, so it looks like Keymaker is going to be the first one to complete Forest Temple. Not sure.
You don't. Yeah, you can do if you have hover boots in forest. What you can do is you can do a ground jump to clip into the blocks in the block puzzle. That allows you to skip the first one. The second one, you then do a ground jump into and use the hover boots to navigate to the ledge you'd normally climb up to. That can be a little bit finicky. If you have strength, you can also do a backup strat where you can pull the second block, you can pull all the way up to the end, use the ground jump to climb up top, and then just hover boots to the ledge.
Yeah, we should be watching that on T2's side just after he gets done with the hover boost. And it looks like he's going for it. Okay, he's going for the classic setup. Waiting for next frame. This is the good one, perfect. And there he goes. That's a very nice skip. You also save one key, as we were talking about earlier. And that is the reason why Big Oron Sword is so evil. You cannot shield.
And we'll see what happens to the elevator.
Oh, true. It's been a train wreck for T2 so far.
That looked like it might have been down.
Yeah, it looked like it was back down.
Ooh, that's a big rip.
Okay, Keymaker going to get second strength. And nobody has found the mirror shield so far, which is a hard requirement.
T2 opting for the backup with a hover boot so that you can do. That is, I believe, also in standard. It included in logic as well. In DDR, there's similar that you can just skip a key by doing the setup we do in the courtyard.
Wait, the hover boost?
The hover boost, yeah.
Yeah, it's not allowed in standard.
Yeah. Oh, well, I meant the one that T2 did to get from to the ledge, where you go from the room with the block puzzle, and you just use the hover boost
yeah, that one. Okay, let's look at Shaggy. Shaggy is going to be doing the ledge clip, and will be attempting to go to... Oh, he's doing it like that? Okay, bingo strats. Yeah, that's the risk of willing to do it unbuffered. If you buffer it, you can buffer a target and the A press at the same time, and you make sure that this will never happen.
On Keymaker side, we just saw he did the ISG strat on Phantom Ganon, a super satisfying thing that allows you to absolutely obliterate him in seconds, and not have to worry about playing tennis.
Okay, so another thing Shaggy could be doing, Shaggy, if you watch the replay, what you can do is when you side roll, you hold A, so that you actually will buffer the release of the ledge, and that will make sure you clip in every time. If you want to do it unbuffered, you kind of want to do that. And T2, nicely done. Just skip the block puzzle. The last part is a little finicky with the hover boots. You want to roll pretty early so that you can get a sharp turn and then go grab the rest. So once again, the reason why Shaggy is clipping out is because of Link's dangling animation while hanging from stuff. Link is just dangling right and left, and some of those frames will just go out, and some of the other ones will get you in. Luckily on that trick, but apparently he didn't know, if you release on the very first possible frame, which is bufferable, by just holding A before or by pressing target and A at the same time, then you will always clip in. So once you know that, this trick is not scary anymore.
We also saw on FA side, they did another kind of slide mechanism where they did a super slide, which is a slightly easier version where you drop 2 bombs and use that. It's easier to do than a Hess. However, it has the side effect that you're only able to move directly backwards. You can then combo that into an ESS that's a bit slower. So where if you're trying to go in a straight line, usually the best bet is to just go for a super slide. It's much easier.
Yeah, and it's basically the same mechanic than ground jump. Like, if you do ground jumps with the roll, you're just basically rolling too early for a super slide. So if you can do ground jumps, you can do super slides. It's definitely not too hard and very satisfying. It also is where ESS comes from, as you just said, Dobby. So you could extend that into a state that you can turn and have 9 speed, which was called the extended super slide. And then when they found that you could do that with 18 speed, they called it a hyper extended super slide. Okay, Shaggy about to get to the boss. What is Neef doing so far?
So cleaning up some overworld so far.
He did forest yet, right? No?
He was.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. It's a very interesting decision.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see people not going for progression, but why not? Okay, T2. You know the ledge clip you're going to show us, the skip to the checkerboard room, and reassure everyone that it's not that hard.
I'm knowing T2 so far. What's going to happen? He's going to get it first try, and then it's going to crash, and it's going to take him 10 tries the next time.
Okay, T2, you got this. Nice setup. Oh, he tried unbuffered. What a baller. Okay, you got this. So he's buffering that, and what you want for ledge clip is this frame, which is the first frame of Link hanging. And now, perfect! He loaded the checkerboard room. What a boss. He looks a bit mad, but, you know, things happened. Shaggy is going to show us once again how to dominate Phantom Ganon. Nicely done. He was shooting a few arrows because you cannot just unlock him with ISG. He would wake up after 3 hits, basically the same as what would happen glitchlessly. But if you shoot arrows, then you get him back to a dodging state in which he has a hitbox that is stunnable, and the ISG takes care of the rest. So he's stunned again, you can get 3 more hits, and you're done. Yeah, RJ, T2 did it.
Oh, and T2's going for it again.
Back at it, let's go.
Just in case anyone missed it the first time, this is another strat you can do to get to the basement if you don't want to do the cutscene skip. This requires hover boots, though.
I hope he's not too much on the edge. Oh, he didn't wait for Big Blue. It's like 4 frame rolls, but okay, perfect. You got this. Now he waits for Link's head to be underground, and he's going to put the Kokiri boots back, which is going to give him a lot of momentum. What? Why? Okay, he decided to abandon because his Kokiri boots equip was a bit late. The later you equip Kokiri boots, the less frames you have for the jump slash, so he might just have been playing it safe right now. Second try. Yeah, it's the same Mega Side Hop as Jabu as adult. And also the same rest. I didn't think about that. Okay, so that's the perfect frame to get Kokiri boots. The thing is, like, if you do Mega stuff in general, with the hover boots, your momentum is going to have a very slow acceleration. It's going to take a lot of time for Link to reach max speed. It's going to be very slow. As soon as you switch to Kokiri boot, you get the max speed in 1 frame. So that's what he wanted there. Like, get back to the max speed in 1 frame. Also, super nice ledge clip here. Oh, he voided? No way. Where do you go?
Oh, is he gonna have to redo it? Oh, poor
Pepe
T2.
hands.
That's a real big F right there.
So a little tip for people willing to do that clip that he did at the end. Once you clip, you can just side hop to the left, and you will get into the corridor with the boss door. It's 7 side hops, and then you can roll up left.
On Kingmaker's side, we see him opting to do a Navi dive to exit here, even though he has the gold scale. This is a method that you're able to get to the Zora's River with only a sword or a Deku stick, so it can be done very, very early.
Yeah, T2 just voided because so he was out of bound and he had like a small corridor that he could walk, and he just voided. Is he going for it again? He is. Let's go. Never give up. Just side hop left. Okay, that's also safe. Cool.
One important thing is to make sure that you do have to open the door. So you do have to make sure to clip back in and touch it and open the door normally.
Mm-hmm.
There is in Forest Temple, there's this very easy clip you can do in order to get to the Phantom Ganon's room, using only like the hook shot. Or I think now there's even a setup that doesn't even use that. But you can do it exceptionally early on. However, that is not allowed in DDR, since that you clip directly into the boss door as opposed to opening the door itself.
Yes, and that is one of the restrictions that makes it kind of nice, because that's one less thing to learn, and it also allows less gamble. So, you know, it's gonna look like standard. You have to open the chest, you have to check them up.
And it's
nice
most
fight.
notably here, since this is Forest Temple is one of the cases where the boss key skip is incredibly easy. However, in many dungeons, notably in Shadow Temple, there are boss key skips that are significantly harder to do. And so, while this is one that's kind of almost painful to not have in, there are a lot more of them that are really bad if we did.
True. Okay, and we're going to see like T2's routing being way more around progression, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So,
oh, sorry.
I don't know why Keymaker is not going to water.
He might be trying to hope that he finds the Iron Boots beforehand. But yes, as Duke mentioned, eventually getting the correct negation. It is not sufficient to have the boss key in your inventory. You are required to open the door itself. So you can't just get the boss key and then do the clip.
Okay, T2 checking the Way of the Heroes, Seria Forest Meadow.
Did Shaggy just do quick put away? Or did he... Shadow just did quick put away to go into Shadow Temple as a child. Just completely
What a
missed it.
baller.
What a baller.
Okay, sweet. Shielded Mega back to get the distance. So what Shaggy is gonna be doing is probably part of the hardest things ever, and Let's be honest. Don't be scared about that. It's not anywhere near optimal.
This is a series of very, very difficult tricks, and no one so far has ever done it before in like the DDR races. It's pretty insane to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, quick put away is okay, but then what you have to do in Shadow Temple to get through the rooms, that is going to be no joke, and I'm very thrilled to see it.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Also, something funny that if you usually play vanilla, you're not used to that, but after you kill Dead Hand, there are no texts in all of the hallways, so you can actually Hess if you feel like it. And it's a very funny one.
Also, something that people might be less familiar with, if you haven't played Beta Quest or some entrance randomizers, Dead Hands is a unique boss in that his health is actually completely dependent on what state you're in. As child, he has more health than he does as adult, so it will take longer to beat him than when you do this part as adult.
Okay, nice recoil from T2 to get through the blocks. That's one of the cool stuff and pretty easy. You just slash those boulders. It's not precise. And you have a frame that Link is really like completely inside the boulders. Super nice cue. And you put the hover boots and he's gonna gently slide in.
And I think that's probably a similar setup for like the old boomer strat for Song of Time skip in Water Temple. I think also uses that. So I don't believe that's used anymore. Oh no, I think it is now with the door. And do you use entrance point glitch?
Oh yeah, the entrance point glitch? Yeah, that's true. If you have hover boots, you can do it like that. So yeah, it's nice to have Song of Time like not lock anything in Water Temple. Okay, T2 is now super happy. Is he going to go DMT Song of Storm? Because that would be gold scale and that would be more progression for him. I think he is. He hasn't cleared DC yet. So that's on his way, and he's right now playing pretty safe. Shaggy is using ISG, so you're going to see how funny ISG is. ISG doesn't want you to fall, so you just wait for the platforms to come back under your feet, and you're safe. Nice. Now he needs a Mega Back to clear this gap. He doesn't look to be too scared about it. Perfect, what a boss.
One thing to note is that, as Arthur mentioned, one property of swinging your sword is that you can't fall off ledges, and that translates when you use ISG that you can't fall off ledges. That doesn't qualify as hovering for the purposes of not being allowed to bomb hover, since in effect you're not using a damage source to gain extra height. It's simply that the floor fell down beneath you, and that's not really your fault, is it?
Exactly. So there are two instances of that. So the one we just saw here, and then the super slide teleport to get to the graveyard seam without hookshot. So those two are not hovering because of a damage source whatsoever it is. So you're allowed to do those. It doesn't qualify as hovering. Oh, Keymaker, let's go. The one we've been waiting for. He's going to light all of the torches with fire arrows. with a setup that you need about 7 hours to remember.
I think every time I go for it, I just pull up the video, and in the description, there's a nice block of text telling you what to do.
Yeah.
And I just
I
go
have a
through
chat
that.
command for it with like with it written shortly, and he has to hurry up. Oh, he fucked up. Oh my god. So there you see how punishing it is, because he did not have enough magic to try again. He just lost all of the time that he lit the torches before, and now he is back trying to do a fire arrow entry because he pressed A one too many times. So fire arrow entry is pretty punishing. You kind of want to practice it before you ever have to do that, and as we were discussing with Dubby, you want to have notes on what to do.
The good news
So
is that
3
there is
side
no
hops.
there is no randomness in the setup at all. It's
Yeah.
a consistent setup that you can do. There are just a lot of steps, so you need
True.
to. It can be easy, especially if your joystick is super old, to accidentally miss an input. But if once you know the proper setup, it is consistent.
Exactly. You just have to hurry up, but once you get used to it, like you usually do it without looking at the game screen. Like you just look at your sheet of notes and do your side hops and your backflips, and everything goes smoothly. That
We also see
Okay,
T2
that's-
going for a 2-hour DC, which is very late in a
True.
normal seed.
he was there much earlier, but didn't pay off too much. Okay. Can Keymaker bring it back? You have more torches to light up. Oh my.
You
Okay, rip.
Or you
That's
you
rip.
can also just use. You usually for the last two you just use fire arrows. Since you have enough magic to fire 2 more fire arrows, so you just use that to light the last 2. I also noticed Shaggy has left Shadow Temple, so it's apparently decided not to go for the full clear as Child.
T2 getting the hammer. I wonder what T2 is going to be doing right now. I guess playing Serenade is his best option. Hoping to find Mirror Shield. Or maybe Shadow? Was probably pausing to check his skull count. He's going to be doing a few more checks, just make sure he can't find the mirror shield. When you're playing DDR, you can skip some item requirements, not all of them obviously, but you can skip a few. So your trust in your hints, like especially Way of the Hero hints, is biased by that. It's almost like it's always, you know, a minuet on the AD or similar things. Is like, you know, you could skip it. You don't know if it's gonna be a tunic, a wallet. Rudo's letter would be useless. The few more things, like any strength, is useless in DDR. And so you want to be a bit careful. Like, do you want to rush your Way of the Heroes or not? Could be a tough choice.
Keymaker just doing the fire entry, and giving me a heart attack at the end there as he was missing his last couple shots. And yes, if Baronade is a required dungeon, it is necessary to have Boomerang. Similarly, if Mirror Shield is required, you need. If Spirit Temple is required, you need Mirror Shield, and if Fire Temple is required, you need Hammer. So those are requirements that we are not able to skip.
Yep. Even though, funny thing is, you could technically, let's say you could beat Baronade with quick put away, but you would need to hover insanely high up to cut the 3 tentacles, and it's not gonna happen.
Especially in DDR where you're not allowed to hover.
And even if you were allowed, that would be hell.
We see Nefe here going for what looks like a cutscene dive in order to skip needing to the Iron Boots. However, I believe they have long shot, don't they?
Yeah, he might not be aware that it works. But it's nice that he finally decided to route a progression dungeon. I think that really was the play. Okay, let's see it.
There we go.
Nice, perfect.
So similar to the Cuckoo Dive, how that works is that you are in the middle of a cutscene, and the game just, while you're in a cutscene, just ignores all the water and just lets you go straight down.
T2 hookshotting while having hover boots. So T2 is going to place Foror's Wind right here. Don't go up, T2, you're not allowed to go any further.
I mean, you're allowed to go up to the door, but you can't do anything with it.
Yeah, that's true.
If you want to waste time, I mean,
Yeah.
you can look at the door
So
if you want.
if you're not used to watching standard, placing Foror here at the beginning of being in Water Temple is a very strong strategy. It saves a lot of time. As soon as you find the boss key, you can just Foror back up. You don't have to care about water level or anything. So it is a very strong play.
In DDR, that it's if you have hover boots, that it can be a little bit weaker. Since you are able to just really, it doesn't matter what the water level is. You can just hover slide across.
True.
But it's still definitely faster if you've got 4 hours wind to use that.
Yeah, Foror is really your friend in Water Temple. T2 running in circles.
Yeah, this is mostly the standard weekly settings. The only difference is that it has useful cutscenes enabled. The main reason for that is to do the Poe cutscene skip that we saw briefly beforehand.
Okay, T2 getting 1 key. So Water Temple has a kind of a complex key logic layout. And if you are not familiar with it, you can ask in the Randomizer Discord for the sheet that was written by Toxic Oxygen. It is super interesting. I recommend everybody to check it because, for example, you could learn that you were only going to find 2 items behind non-key lock chests, and you're only going to find 2 items behind key lock chests. So if you're looking into something like a Water Temple Way of the Hero, you could skip many checks by just understanding how the key logic will work. And thanks again to Toxic for making that document. The spirit key logic is something else. That's true. There's also a document, it's much more complex.
I've got a very simple version for spirit key logic. You just open up and just all question marks. Just no one knows key logic.
Yeah, but like standard players benefit a lot from understanding those because depending on what you found, you could understand that like this or this was magic locked. So if you're looking for magic, you could know where into your sphere it is. So that could like rule out many areas out of your research for items, which is incredibly strong instead of just gambling stuff. T2 went for a weird shot, really nice.
It looks like Nif is using weird shot for this particular check. I know you can do with a fairly easy strat with choose as well. I don't know if
Exactly.
I've ever seen anyone use a weird shot for this.
It might be long shot specific. Whoa.
I have no idea what happened there.
I think, you know, like the weird shot pushes you forward when you release target, and that was too much forward. So there's a cutscene dive you can do here, even if you had not gold scale, right? You just jump when the cutscene is about to start.
Yeah, that's what you usually do with the with choose. Is you drop the chew against the far wall, and it explodes in time to just in time to activate the trigger there, and you jump just before that happens, and there's a small cutscene of the door opening, and that lets you just get to the bottom and swim inside afterwards. Is what you normally do with in like bingo.
Okay. Also, let's note that going to Dragon Chest early is kind of a gamble. Like, you don't always want to do that. Oh wait, he did that just to activate the switch?
Right, how are you gonna? Oh, is he gonna use gold scale to swim down?
That's not gonna work. Yeah, you need to dive like right here at the very beginning of the room. That may work, but is it gonna be still open? No, rip. Okay, Keymaker and Shadow, did he find anything? I wasn't paying too much attention.
Well, he hasn't found Mirror Shield, or isn't marked on the tracker, and that's currently the thing we're still most looking for.
Exactly. Okay. T2 is going to have to reattempt, so you can jump there and get directly under. I don't know why he's targeting. Shouldn't hurt. Okay, perfect. Let's go.
There we go, first try.
What is going on Neff's screen? Shoot lower, homie.
I'm also not sure what's causing the dot to move progressively further forward.
Yeah, exactly. That was weird. There's probably like collisions or so. Oh, nice. Let's go, Neef.
Right. Oh, so close.
Pepe hands.
Pepe hands.
Okay, so yeah, going to Dragon Chest early is kind of a gamble because if you don't find the boss key and then you go to Dark Link and then to River Chest, like you're just there and it's super easy to get to the Dragon Chest. So it's a big gamble to decide to do it before. If it's not there and you end up going Dark Link and stuff, you probably lost at least a minute.
And I believe, if I remember correctly, you also have enough height in jumping down from the river to not even require iron boots. You can just jump directly into that corridor and
Exactly,
after
yeah.
hitting the switch. So it's really nice.
Yeah, side up makes it, and it's super comfy. Okay, T2 rushed Morpha. I didn't see where the boss key was. Did anyone see where the boss key was? Vanilla boss key? Ooh. Okay. So weird routing for Neve because right now he has the water up. And what is he doing? Oh, getting a skull?
Gotta get those bingo goals. All
It's
5
kind of
skulls in
weird.
water.
I'm expecting something to be in Shadow and potentially Mirror Shield.
We did
I
have
hope it's
a
not a
wave the
bait
hero
for
in Shadow.
Tunic.
Oof. Are the worst.
Yeah, Axe, but it's pretty easy to skip the Song of Time block in DDR. Like, you have like 3 or 4 ways. So it's not a big deal in this case.
I don't know. Nife doesn't have hover boots, but I don't think you actually need that if you've got like long shot. So
Shadow Wave the hero for the paperweight? Wait, what did Keymaker find?
I think that was a joke referring to the Stone of Agony, but I
Okay.
don't think that can happen in this one because I don't think we have it that the Rados need Stone of Agony.
Yeah, Stone of Agony is useless in standard.
To be fair, in DDR, we think that Rudo's letter is also a paperweight, so. and to be fair, so are most of the tunics.
No, Keymaker having a little bit of a trouble here.
I don't know if it's toilet paper because it's underwater. It's probably soaked. It wouldn't be very comfortable. I'm just saying.
It wasn't a bottle. Maybe it's still dry. Chat discussion. Galaxy brain. Okay, so Shaggy about to check the last things in Shadow, so 3 items remaining. Oh wait, how did this keep kitties? Did he open the other chest already?
He might have just done gate clip because he did some of the clearing as child. So
Okay.
he might have done the checks and then just gone directly for a gate clip. There's in Shadow Temple right near the beginning. There's a gate that blocks access to the boat, and it's supposed to be used as a shortcut if you need to come back later. They can move that. In DDR, there's some really easy setups in order to clip there. There's also some really complicated setups that Golden insists on using, but regardless, there are very easy things you can do in order to clip past that and go directly to the end.
Okay, so Shaggy just found Boomerang. Oh, Shaggy, why are you leaving? That is so risky. You want to clear your way of the hero. You don't want to bail out here.
Did he find a key back there? He might be opting not to go directly to the.
Oh, he still has checks in Shadow?
Yeah, since I think he was here as he was just here as child. So I think he still has to do the second half as adult.
Yeah, so then Forora's place was on the other side of the boat, but it's okay, it's done now. Yeah, I was also scared that he was skipping Bongo, but it's alright. Yo, Silver Phoenix, thanks for the sub. Okay, Neef has 20 skull. I think he's the first one to have that many. Maybe Mirror Shield is on 20 skulls. Okay, so at least the Boomerang is definitely a what for Shadow Temple. Is there going to be more? I honestly wonder what the play is going to be for T2. He's probably going to delay those checks, so he will likely clear Bongo at the same time. Although he could place Furore and then rush progression, which would be Jabu. But do you really want to do any checks in Jabu? You might just want to go for a Baronade once you know where everything else is. So a Spirit play might be what he wants right after.
In DDR, because you need the boss keys anyway, it doesn't hurt that much to start clearing some dungeons that you're going to need to do regardless. Since even if you're in Go mode, you still have to find that boss key, so you can't just go instantly to the boss.
Yep, and we just saw T2 doing a super nice hookshot clip through the gate. This is done by stunning the like, and the like is through the gate by itself, like has a little bit of his hitbox through the gate, and then you hookshot that part. So you just go through the wall. That's one of the easy things that is satisfying to learn as first and very useful.
That one can be a bit risky if you do it in the wrong spot. You can clip out and fall out of bounds. There's
true.
another one you can do that's the same idea in Ice Cavern, where you use a freezer to clip through. That one's a lot safer, and since you don't run that risk at all. Also, it doesn't involve a like trying to eat you, so there's that advantage too.
Okay, Shaggy is gonna be going for it too. A little bit of a different setup, so you'll see he's gonna wait for the ooh, he's not gonna wait. Your shield is gone. Okay, he doesn't need a shield for that. If you stun him here, you're voiding. Oh no, okay, that's gonna work. Oof. I talk too fast. Did he get eaten again?
Oh, did it eat him through the wall? That is mean. Oh.
Okay, he had enough, and he now is a rando main. He will clear the room.
I think he mainly just wanted to kill that like, but as a consequence, he now has to clear the room.
Just get revenge.
One bad thing that can happen, though, is if you do have your shield eaten and then void out, then your shield's just gone. Which
that is
bad. Real bad in DDR.
Okay, T2 is now catching up so quickly.
So it has been 2 hours. This is probably a good point to remind people that we're currently watching the DDR restream on ZSR. DDR stands for Dungeon Door Requirement. It's a glitched rule set that allows you to use some glitches in order to skip items while still more or less following logic.
Yeah, exactly. It's played on a standard seed, so this is made to be attractive to standard players that would like to start. So you can complete the seed normally, and you can just learn glitches one at a time and use them whenever you feel like it. And the logic is not going to be expecting you to know anything. You could do everything glitchlessly exactly the same as in standard. And just used your acquired knowledge to zoom through a few parts, whichever you like most.
Or you could use it to zoom through, or if you're an older runner, you can use it to boom through, depending if you know boomer strats or zoomer strats.
Okay, so T2 is going to be showcasting a faster way to go here. Oh wait, that didn't work. No. Okay, you don't have time for that. Alright, T2 backing up, knowing that things didn't happen. So he did 3 side ups before throwing the nuts. You wanna just do 2. and then 4 to the right, back wall cover boots. And that is the key to having this room go on smoothly. Was there a tunic? I just read lol tunic in chat. Was there a tunic in shadow? That is bad. Yeah, Goron tunic, okay, but the thing is wallet was sphere 0, so that's not Way of the Hero.
Especially, I don't think any of our runners would opt to jump out of a Way of the Hero dungeon if they found a tunic, mostly because they'd hope that's not the Way of the Hero and would just pray they find something else.
True.
Which in this case will be the case.
Okay, T2 doing the cool jump, grabbing the skull, and is now off the boat. I think Keymaker is still a tiny bit ahead. Wait, he didn't clear water or forest, right?
Yeah, I don't
He
think
did
Keymaker's
forest.
been in forest yet. Sorry, in water.
Oh,
Keymaker
has
was
forest,
in
but,
forest, though.
but no water. So T2 is back ahead. I have no idea what's going on the race time, GG. I don't think anyone's done right now.
We haven't seen a message in chat, so I don't think so.
Okay, okay. I suspect Sora and Happen Forest to be ahead of T2.
Unfortunately, Happen Forest doesn't have a nice metric. He usually just waits for you to finish, and he knows he's going to finish 15 to 20 minutes later. With you commentating, he has no way to know.
He won last time. But yeah, he's a solid player. And Sora is a very solid standard player. So his routing is just a lot faster than most of the DDR participants of today. Okay, T2 about to get his boomerang. Keymaker on his way to Bongo. He does not have hover boots, so this room you need to use a mega flip at some point. We are going to see him do that.
An interesting thing about Shadow without hover boots is there are actually only 2 places in the entire dungeon that hard require them, and that you need to mega flip across. One of them being this room, and the other one being just past the True Spinner. All the others, a super hook shot, you can just do without.
So one more frame for Keymaker. Okay, he's got it. Perfect.
One thing is probably also worth mentioning for mega flipping. It's a super useful trick, and one really nice thing is that if you use choose, there's very easy visual cues to look at. You can just look at the flickering of the choose to know when to drop it, and then you can look at Blink's position afterwards in order to know when to do the backflip. So it's very nice for learning that there's a very consistent way of looking and just making sure you got the right frames.
Keymaker jumping into the fight, that is going to be T2 like coming back on this Shadow Temple so strong. So you never want to go into the fight if you have bombs, because the Randomizer plays on the first version of Ocarina of Time 1.0, which has a trick, a version exclusive trick, which we call Fast Bongo. And you simply have to drop a bomb down the hole, you wait for Bongo to scream, and you go down. And that will make that Bongo is kind of loaded, so you can just jump down. You will see nothing, but if you hit in the middle of the stage, His hitbox is active, and you can just body him while he can't even touch you. Oh, T2 has the hover boots. Watch out. Okay, he's not going to showcast it. I'm so sad. Shaggy, please do it.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note about that, however, is that if you do mess it up the setup, in particular, I think if you drop down too fast,
Yes.
you do soft lock the game. So
Yeah, you
it can be a
crash.
little risky if you're not well practiced and know to make sure. I know that's happened to runners in runs. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the reason why you want to, like, when you drop the bomb, you wait for the bongo scream before side hopping down. Okay, Shaggy having a little bit of a trouble here. Oh, using the length. Let's go.
Imagine using the lens in 2020. Oof. He's going for a bomb mega flip though.
Didn't happen. No. Okay, he has a few more tries. He can void quite a bit.
Nefe is also trying to swim down here, which you actually can't do with Gold Sail because of the current. You have to do a little bit awkward jump where you jump around and it knocks you down. Or apparently you can, but I don't think you can move forward enough to get through there. So you have to jump down.
Oh, sad life.
There we go. Shaggy making it to the door. I know Shaggy's a VC player, so I don't know if he knows the 1.0 strat.
Aww, I'm so sad. Well, it's okay. We don't mind. It's a possibility that you have, but once again, this is a very good example of if you don't know the trick or if you're not comfy with it, you could just keep going on. There's no necessity to know the tricks. The logic doesn't expect you to know anything, and that's how DDR is beginner friendly and will just welcome you.
And as we mentioned, this is a good example of a trick that you really don't want to do unless you're comfortable with, because you can soft lock the game. So that can be obviously extremely bad, since even in DDR, getting back to Bongo's room takes a while.
It does.
Probably less time than it feels like, but it still takes a while.
Okay, I really wonder what Nef is doing. Neef? But Shaggy's done with Bongo, T2's done with Bongo. T2 now heading to Jabu, which is progression. The only thing that T2 is looking for is going to be Mirror Shield. He doesn't have the light arrows, but Ganondorf will let him know. And he is not afraid of anything regarding where the light arrows could be, right? Even my castle would be okay. We know where the 3 strengths are, right?
Even then, with the current equipment, you probably could just skip straight by it, because everyone has bombs, so you'd be able to just get through light trial. So
forgot about that. That is very right. So yeah, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. You bet deep fire.
Oof, that's cruel. I love it.
I'm going to bet somewhere in Jabu that everyone will want to skip.
I'm gonna be somewhat nice, somewhat mean. I'm gonna say it's in Spirit Temple. If you think to go there, that would be lovely. But typically players will put off the vanilla dungeon because you want to have it before you go in.
That's true, but then Spirit is 14 items, so it's a very, very dense area, very dense zone. You want to go there, definitely.
Well, you want to go there unless you're Shiro, then you don't. Everyone else wants to.
Someone tell me if you can jump. I'm kidding, by the way. It's not allowed. Ooh, if that would have worked, that would have been beautiful. Yeah, you can't make that, right? Yeah.
No, the current is too strong. You do have to jump down, and you just have to jump down from the ledge to get enough height to get down.
Mm-hmm.
I've also tried. I think I did exactly what Niffy's doing in the middle of this race, and just tried to figure out, and ended up just checking on YouTube. You are allowed to go and look on YouTube to find the strats, which can be very useful. I thought I was being clever and having the rock push me downwards. That did not work either, by the way.
It's a good idea, but if the rock hits him one more time, he is game over. Yeah, Nate, that was the thing to do. He jumped from the ledge. Just do it again.
Oh, do it again.
Just from the ledge. From here, jump.
Don't. Yeah, do it.
Okay, Keymaker not opting for the weird shot. Oh, and T2 is placing Farrar here and probably zooming through the temple with his last chew. That's a fair idea. Oh, he's YOLOing the angle? Oh no, okay. Okay, good frame. One more. Perfect, he's got it. Nice.
This is probably, we've seen Nife struggling. This is probably because, as you mentioned, Nife is a bingo player. This isn't really something you ever do in bingo. Because if you want the boss key, you're going to RBA it. You're not going to actually go get it in Water Temple.
Oh yeah, that's true. And as soon as you have the hook shot, you can get a bottle on ice arrows and then RBA it for the boss key or something.
I forget if you actually need the ice arrows, because I think you might actually need the ice arrows itself in order to RBA the key, not just on the position. But that's usually pretty easy to get, and frequently you get them anyway because you need them to shoot arrows. But
oh, I think Neve's got it.
Oh, that looks.
Oh,
it looked like needing up a
almost.
video, so now knows what to do.
Okay, he's got it. This is the one.
There you
Perfect.
First try.
And he is going to be rewarded. With the boss key. Perfect. And also save warping is going to give him more health. What a beautiful world. Okay, T2 on Baronade is Mirror Shield on Baronade.
That's a no.
It is not. Okay, you're going to see T2 wait before going into the blue warp, as you saw, and then he walked slowly inside. This is like a small optimization with Jabu's blue warp. The thing is, if you enter too fast, Link is going to first go into the position that Ruto forces him, and then very slowly turn until he's facing Ruto before she starts the text box that leads into the cutscene. So if you enter slowly, you get teleported into the position while already facing Ruto, and you save all of that turning time, which is pretty pretty easy thing to start doing, and it saves a lot of time for not much effort. So a really nice optimization.
Not sure what Keymaker's trying to do here. Is he trying to mega flip this distance? I don't know if you can do that.
What room is that?
That's if you go around towards the boss key. This is the way you're supposed to get to the boss key in Water Temple.
I haven't been in that.
None of
room
us
forever.
recognize anymore.
Yeah, so he probably knows the strat with iron boots, but not aware of what to do without. Oh yeah, there's a block.
There's a block that you're supposed to push.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty slow because you have to push it one way, pull it a little bit, then push it all the way again.
Okay. So it actually forces strength as a requirement for the BK chest here, which is an interesting thing.
We also know that regardless in this particular seed, the logic expects them to have silver gauntlets for Spirit Temple. So they were expected to have 2 strengths at the end of the seed. We don't know if they were expected to have it before now, but probably.
Oh, so T2 was trying to Hess. So that was one more example of like Hessing is definitely not necessary, and you might end up losing time going for it if you're not comfy. And top players like T2 is in my eyes the top player of DDR right now in terms of knowledge, consistency, and everything. And he's not comfy with Hessing, and that's fine. He still wins a lot and has a lot of fun. So it's definitely not needed. If you find it fun, you can learn it, but it's nowhere near something that is necessary for whatever.
And as seems to be the case with a lot of OoT stuff, the number 1 strat to get better at DDR is be French. That is number 1 strat. If you can't do that, then there are some tricks you can learn in order to help and improve your routing. But
that has not been proven, but it apparently helps.
Yeah.
I don't know why so many French people like OT.
It's a fun game. What can we say?
Yeah, it might be the influence of Marco, like being someone that pushes people and shows that it's possible. Bono being here, Ama also. It's like a little trio of really nice and friendly runners that achieved greatness and motivate the rest of the community.
So we've seen FA heading back into Shadow. Is this the 3rd time they've been in here? Because I think they popped by as Child and as Adult.
As Child was Shaggy.
Oh, that
For
was Shaggy.
sure.
You're right.
So, considering what he's doing now, I would tend to think that this is his first trip.
Yeah. I think I'm thinking of Shaggy that went instead.
It was really cool to have a Child Shadow move. Really, really cool. And for Stone Shadow Way of the Hero, it's actually legit.
As we were mentioning, it is possible to... I think we were having the discussion yesterday or 2 days ago that I think you can get all but 1 check in Shadow as Child, but that does require some very intense strategies.
It does, yeah, but you
very
can get
Manga-esque
everything
strats.
done. We were talking about it earlier, but for example, if you want to kill Bongo as Child, it's fine, it will work. but you cannot step into the blue warp because the cutscene will crash your game. So you have to do the blue warp cutscene skip. Otherwise, it will crash.
The good news in this
blue
case
warp
is that
cutscene
it's a
skip
stone.
is child. Is that it's what?
Is that it's a stone. So
Oh yeah,
so in this case, they wouldn't necessarily need to step into it.
true. And then we know it's prelude on the Ocarina of Time song, so not much need. Oh, you Shaggy doing chest minigame, let's go! I couldn't quite follow to check who's right and who's wrong. It could be Mirror Shield. If it's Mirror Shield, it's big. Oh, T2 going there too? There's no market way of the hero hand though. Chest minigame is a pretty risky play.
It's Greg.
It's great.
Though I still contend, especially for the purposes of the bingo, one of the goals is find the randomized green rupee. At the start of the chess mini game, there are green rupees in one of two chests, and it's random which one. That's a randomized green rupee. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo
Easy
players don't
win
agree with me,
every
though.
time. Okay, so what's Shaggy's play right now?
Wow, T2 with the disrespect. Not picking up Greg.
It's quite a bit of a time loss. So, Shaggy getting more stakes. What is the play after that? Child Spirit? Jabu? Yeah, probably Jabu.
T2 with hover boots also has an advantage for Spirit, because he'll be able to clip into the child side as an adult. In general, it's faster to do any child section as adult if you can do it. And Spirit is no exception. It also helps to avoid double dipping. The exceptions, there are some exceptions in DDR, especially if you have to do Jabu, it's required to do it as child. But for the most part.
Okay, so T2 doing some clear in his child section right now. I really wonder what the next play is. He has not done much of Spirit. Why not going into Spirit?
Especially nice since we filmed them. It's super easy to get there and super fast.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what he's trying to do. Yeah, I agree with you, Duke. Spirit is very inviting. It's good density, it's progression.
My guess is Tito might just have been doing some cleanup on the way to going at bolt for Spirit. That would be my guess.
True.
While he's in market anyway, just doing the couple checks that he can clear.
That's true. Okay, so it looks like he's going adult right now. And if he goes to Spirit, we may see a few funny things.
I definitely, Duke, I would definitely go Spirit before Fire, because Fire is a stone in this case. So you're not going to need to do, in the best case scenario, you're never going to need to do Fire. Whereas Spirit, you're going to need to clear anyway to get the boss key.
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, Spirit is 14 items. Fire is 6, I think. Whoa. So
that?
what T2 just received here is lax. Because he warped right after, but Iron Boots are on Light Arrow cutscene skip item.
It's very nice to
It can
have
be a
after
little
doing
confusing.
water.
Yeah, true. So it was locked by DC and Jabu? Nice. Okay, very nice crawl space skip from T2. Using his super slide and hover boots. It's a very visual trick. Like you go out of bound, you're speeding with the super slide, and it's actually fairly easy to do. So very recommended for new players. Super satisfying.
It's also really nice because it can skip the requirement for Requiem in a seed. I know Spirit Logic, Key Logic is its own mind-boggling sort of thing. But in general, I know that if there's a key on child side,
Yes.
then Requiem is logically required. So it can happen
Exactly,
very,
yes.
very frequently that that's the case.
Mhm.
And being able to skip that just by doing that clip is really, really nice.
So the reason is that the randomizer wants that it's not possible to lock yourself out. So the way it's gonna work is that it imagine that you can use your keys however you want. And if you go into adult spirit and just use your keys in the weirdest way possible, you could be needing that one key in child spirit to keep going, which means it's necessary to beat the dungeon, and therefore it's on your way to the hero.
In particular, Logic isn't just concerned with making sure you can beat Spirit. And if you're using keys normally, it wants to make sure that even if you are actively trying to use the keys in the worst possible locations, you still won't key lock yourself.
Yeah, which is really important because like you never want players to keylog themselves in their playthrough. Like Randomizer is not only made for racing and people having knowledge, it's also made to just enjoy for anyone to play. So it would be infuriating if you just keylog yourself out. Okay, T2 in Spirit, let's see what he finds. There are good chances that the Mirror Shield is somewhere in there. Okay, do we have any finishers on race time?
Haven't seen a notification yet in the chat, but
Oh, it comes up in the chat?
yeah, it pops up with a
Okay,
message and lets you know in chat if anyone finishes, which is very
Okay,
nice.
thanks, Shiro. So a little bit of metagaming would tell us that Mirror Shield is probably not in Spirit then?
Chances that someone checks Spirit are pretty high.
Yeah, Sora and Happen Force are gonna do it. But I mean, it's the density play, so you have to do it. Or maybe then light arrows are just in a really, really tough spot.
At this point, past Mirror Shield, I'm not sure which spot could pose that much trouble. Like Deep Fire would be annoying, but it would just take a little bit of time to get to.
True.
I don't think there's much that could be at a really, really bad location.
Yeah, since Boomerang and Mirror Shield is before getting the hint, I would agree with you. I don't see what could lock much out.
Well, so far, none of our players have found Saria song. So unless it ends up being that it's Saria is locked, and that ends up being something absolutely horrendous, that could happen. But
Yeah, but actually, what is area locking? Frogs 2, we know there's nothing. Goron City is barren, so it's only Skull Cave.
yeah.
And if you have all medallions, you have access to it. Oh wait, we're not sure. Ice Cavern. Have we seen Ice Cavern play yet?
I don't think any of the players have done ice.
Oh, I tend to forget about Ice Cavern. But it is a thing.
One nice thing for DDR is that you can access ice caverns super early because of that clip we mentioned.
Yes.
So it's all you really need is some way to access Zora's domain as adult. But you know, Zelda's Lullaby will do that, as will Hover Boots. And I think there are some methods that you can clip just from Lake Hylia with nothing.
Probably.
I just assume that's the case in OoT.
I don't know, but I think you can Tektite Mega back. Juke was trying it recently and said it works. I don't know how hard it is.
And if Juke did it, that's no indication that it's easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Mega back is 4 frame roll. It's just luring the Tektite is painful. But I mean, once again, if you have no items, it's out of logic. So there's no really need to know how to do that.
And on Shaggy's end, we just saw him do a trick. If you do the Mega Flip there, you do have to use some kind of trick in order to open the door, since you don't just have the box. Most of the time, you can use an Ocarina item method in order to push the switch down and have it save. That causes it to kind of glitch out and stay pushed down longer than it should. You can also do that method there, where you do a precise roll. Unfortunately, in DDR, we can't do the best right, which is the berry hover. Unfortunately, we can't do that, which makes me sad.
Okay, so no mirror shield so far for T2. Did Shaggy full clear Jabu, or did he just zoom to Vernon?
I think he zoomed because he did the Mega Flip. I think he just walked in Mega Flip.
It'd be funny that Keymaker just takes the lead back by clearing Jabu instead of going directly to the boss.
Oh, he did do the checks? Oh, sweet.
He did the checks. Nice. So we know it's not in Jabu. Rip bet. Whoa, perfect warp entrance.
He was F11. It's no one likes Jabu for a reason. It's a little bit better.
4 checks.
It's a little bit better with the map and compass removed because it's 4 instead of just 2, but it still sucks.
Yeah. I mean, in DDR you don't have to do Big Octo, which removes like a big chunk of no check in Jabu. So I would tend to think it's okay. And then it's a funny one because you always want to be almost in go mode because it's just so fast to clear.
Definitely one of the ones that if you find an early boomerang and then you really want Jabu to be required because you can clear it super easily with just shoes and you're done.
Okay, T2 almost having 20 skulls, but I don't think anyone checked 20 skulls yet. Neve going for the mega backflip. That will get him to the boss door. Got the frame, perfect. Nice. Equip bomb. Ooh, are we gonna see it?
Ooh, he might.
Are we going to see it? Neef,
That looks like a yes.
he has it. Nice. So he got ISG, which makes things easier. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Cool. So drops a bomb, waits for the scream, then goes in. And that's it. He is done with Bongo Bongo in such a perfect way. It's really nice because Bongo can't hit you in that state.
Do you know how long does Bongo stay in that stunned animation? Is it the same time as normal, or does it last indefinitely?
Oh no, it's the same stun lock idea. So he can get out of the stun, and then in order to get him back to having a hitbox, you need to place a bomb in the middle. I have no idea why.
I think the answer is because of OT.
Yeah, something like that.
Why? Because of OT.
Okay, T2 going for Fire Temple play. Is Fire Temple a better idea than Ice Cavern right now? Knowing that you can microwave King Zora, I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I definitely avoid fire like the plague. If I can possibly help avoid doing fire, I will take it. In terms of checks, it's a little bit better, but in terms of check density, I don't know if that's the case because fire has more items in it, but takes significantly longer as well.
I think fire has less items because you have to put like King Zora, then the checks in Fountain, and the checks in Ice Cavern, so you get up to 8 checks in total.
If you're including all those, then it definitely becomes a little bit better. But I don't know if T2 can access the item at the bottom of the fountain.
But that might be a play, like, if you feel behind, sometimes it's a good idea to go for, like, the second best play. If you see that, like, you think your opponents are, like, a Fire Temple ahead, or a full Ice Cavern clear ahead, and they're still not done, then you could metagame and think, like, okay, I'm gonna go for the second best play, and see how that goes.
And it would be reasonable for T2 to assume that he's behind after their kerfuffle in Forest Temple, shall we say?
Yeah. And
even though
Goron City
reality,
too.
Oh, Goron City too, that's right.
So he probably lost around 15 minutes of tricks, I would say. Maybe, yeah, between 10 and 15 minutes, really sadly.
So, even though if we look, T2 is definitely not that far behind and might even be ahead of all our other players. So, he might think that he's behind, even if that's not actually the case.
You think he's not behind? I haven't watched what the others are doing. I think I just want to focus on the 4 guys on the restream.
Yeah, I'm not sure for the Redeemers, but for these guys, he's probably not that far. Playing songs is true final boss.
Sometimes it's hard, depend what controller you use, but it could involve having to do inputs with a joystick. Okay. T2 with a nice backwalk through the maze. That's a really handy strat if you have Goron Tunic. And did anyone bet that Mirror Shield was in fire?
I did. We definitely had someone who bet on deep fire.
Oof.
Some cruel, cruel people in chat.
I mean, he has everything to full clear, so wouldn't be that bad, I guess. The bad thing would be that Volvagia keylocks a part of fire.
With hammer, it's with hammer and like hover boots, it wouldn't be that bad. It's just fighting Volvage never fun. So in DDR, there are some strats to do to beat it like pretty quickly. I think that the fastest is the one is still allowed in standard, where you use the nuts. However, you can also do a weird shot strat, where you weird shot underneath the ground and use bow to shoot the dragon.
I think that's the fastest.
Yeah, I think Dotson might have been mentioning that if you use bomb choose and nuts, it's faster to do the bombing the whole strat. If you use bombs, then I think it's faster to weird shot.
Okay. Yeah, you don't need nuts. Like it just makes it comfy. You can do it without. You just have to crouch stab to choose.
It sounds like a very bad idea. Don't try in real life.
No, in real life okay, but no, stabbing the choose is actually okay because the hitbox of Volvagia is into a little hole, and so the chew is losing time by going down the hole, so you actually have a shit lot more frames than you would have if it was flat. So it ends up being quite okay. You want to get used to it, like don't yellow it, but it's alright. Did he skip Frogs in the Rain?
That's definitely an
Sora
interesting
finished.
choice. Oh, there we go. GG to Sora.
GG's. So you see, like, it's a standard player that won the race, so it's definitely a big advantage to know how to route your randomizer way more than knowing super fancy glitches here and there. Where are the hovers? The hovers are in some fairy fountain. I don't remember which one. Might be Thora's fairy fountain?
Oh, desert.
In the desert?
So
okay, so... Yep. So Shiro, do you want to invite Sora for interview? I kind of want to know where Mirror Shield is. Oh wait, no, he's not on Restream. Sorry, that's not something we do. Sorry.
I was gonna say he's not on Restream. However, I do actually know where it is.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's good if you don't tell.
Yeah, it's gonna be worth the wait. I promise.
Oh boy.
Sweet.
But GG,
Sora in
Sora.
here now.
Yeah, you guys can private message Sora. He will tell
Yeah.
you where Mirror Shield is. And we will wait for it, hoping for T2 that it is going to be Deep Fire while a boulder is bullying him. Okay.
That's also
going
one
through
of the
those-
checks that we have a Exani. We actually have a hint telling us.
Oh, a hint telling
We know
what?
it's a Deku stick for Wasteland. We know there's a Deku stick there.
Oh, okay, okay. I just hope it's not Ice Cavern. I don't know why Ice Cavern is always so strong. There must be some secret code that makes Ice Cavern too strong. But yeah, it would be cool to see because with Iron Boots you can actually do a reverse Ice Cavern. So from the very first room you can go to the very last.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Oh, like take the shortcut that normally. That's so cool. I didn't know
Yeah,
you could actually
yeah,
do that.
Yeah, it's an okay strat. I think it's not too crazy to learn, and
Is it
it's
faster
really
at all?
nice. Well, it is really fast. If, for example, if you just want the song, it's lightning speed, and then what you can do is just completely skip the silver rupee room, which is probably the longest room. So I would tend to think that it's really fast.
That's awesome. I do need the silver rupee room for my bingo goals though, so
Okay. Keymaker making his move into bottom of the well with a ISG Kuko dive.
the only true way to enter bottom of the well. Navi dice is an acceptable second option.
Yeah, well, Navi's dive is a lot faster because you don't have the Kuko cutscene. And the big problem with Navi dive in Randomizer is that, for example, if you do the strat that uses Navi to freeze time in your opening, so that you can read the hint in the lake, then you won't have Navi for the rest of your gameplay. So usually doesn't work out.
There's Mirror Shield.
Ooh, it is at the highest Goron.
Oof.
Can T2 grab the second place? We don't know where Happen Force is. My guess is he's really not far. So Deep Fire was a very good bet. T2
Also-
is going to...
Duke pointing out that the DDR asyncs must have been cursed as well. This happened in the first batch. So this is a pretty frequent occurrence for some rollers. Keep that in mind, the metagaming of who rolled the seed. Sometimes that will actually happen. So I hope everyone enjoyed the over 3-hour event of this for an unhinted deep fire and required mirror shield.
Stone fire required Mirror
But
Shield.
yes, I'm sorry. Stone fire. And stone shadow meme once again being required. Yes, back to our program. Thank you.
So T2 just missed the setup that lights the sun with a crouch stab. Sadly, it's a very cool strat. I really like the way it looks. So when you crouch stab, the shield is having a weird move and has the reflecting property, and that lets you light the sun. We also saw T2 pulling the hookshot before, which does a quick cutscene skip and lets you prepare more to hookshot the fence right there. So a few optimization here that shows his experience. Shaggy is about to finish his first dip into Spirit Temple, and we will see what his decision is after that. If he goes to fire, then that's very good. But I still think that Ice Cavern is a very strong play, and fire is kind of a gamble. I'd be curious to ask T2 why. I might not be there at the time.
Yeah, we'll see how he. I think this is the last thing, so you might be done because he just has to beat Spirit and then beat Ganondorf. So, oh, he still has
He
to find light
doesn't
arrows.
have light arrows.
That's true.
It shouldn't take too long. Like, what's the worst that could happen? I don't think there is a really bad play. Like, everything should take under 10 minutes to get light arrows.
Yes, Johnny Hunter. Hammer is indeed required for Volvagia. In order to do the final hit, you need Volvagia to be in the stun state, and you can only get Volvagia in the stun state using the hammer. So even in DDR, hammer is hard required to beat Volvagia. However, you are able to skip every other usage of hammer in Fire Temple. You can do some weird shots in order to grab chests, as well as clip into areas you're not supposed to. So that's the only spot in Fire Temple that you really need the hammer.
T2 just cooling off. Oh, watch out. You have Bigorn Sword, watch out. Okay. You actually cannot shield when you have Bigorn Sword out, so it's a scary time.
Axani, if you know the clip in the bottom of Forest Temple, in order when you do the block and clip inside, it's the exact same setup. It's you roll into the corner, crouch stab twice, and jump slash, and you're in.
Yeah, you start by targeting the pillar that you usually hammer.
That's a good point. Yes, you target the pillar and then do that setup. There's another version you can do from the other wall, but it's a little bit different.
But yeah, it's true that this setup side roll works in very many places. It's crazy. In Forest Temple, you can skip a block with that.
T2 not
Okay.
opting to use the hook shot to get Finrova to move faster.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think he got confused.
Oh yes,
Like,
we're
maybe
talking
he's
about the
playing
pillar at the
safe.
start, not the shortcut that you do later on with the block. That one there is a setup that you can do, but it's not quite as simple as just going into the corner and crouch stabbing a couple times. That one you do need bombs or explosives.
Oh, third strength on Twin Rova. So in DDR, Twin Rova always has something. It's a constant. It's a no junk item check. Oh, a nice strat from Shaggy.
That's just a nice method in order to avoid having to raise the water.
Yeah.
You can simply jump up there and play the song, but why do that when you can do cool strats instead?
Yeah, that's really nice. Oh, he unequipped too early. Unequipping hover boots can really completely obliterate your momentum and therefore have you drop. Yeah, VXR. You can bypass any strength in DDR. Like, strength is potentially useless if you have other items.
Yeah, there are situations where you might need strength 1 in particular just to use bombs or something like that. But even that's exceptionally rare and you need specific circumstances. Almost every single situation you're going to be able to skip strength 2 and strength 3.
Okay, T2 starting Ganon's castle. So what are the bets for the hint? I'm going to say Fortress, because why not?
My
What
personal
would you
bet
say,
is
Dobby?
my castle is on thinking it's some trial somewhere.
Yeah, I think the probabilities would agree with you. That's where the most checks are.
Life is also a good bet.
True, Ice Cavern. It would be kind of evil, but that would explain that only Sora finished so far. I think we have seen what is in Zora Fountain already. I'm not sure if we've seen everything, but I think we have seen it. Okay, so if you watch Shaggy, you're going to see him skip the Song of Time block. So the door is open, but he's on the other side. So that is called entrance point glitch. And now there was a little bit of a hook shotable area underneath the door that allows him to clip back in. And that does not load the Song of Time block, so you can just get through.
Now I'm kind of confused as to why he's going for this because didn't he find the big key? Is he going through here hoping just to find other checks or the mirror shield?
He has not completed water, but yeah, I guess he's just completing water.
Or did he? Or am I thinking? I might be thinking of an FA who checked the BK location. Well, Kidu coming up on our light arrows hint.
Let's see what it is. Oh, you were right, Dobby. Well played. So, my castle is actually a good thing for T2. I think that was the best outcome he could have asked for. He just got the 3rd strength, and he can do everything, actually.
Yeah, he can do everything. I think even like maliciously, he can do it all the intended way.
So he's now going to is that Spirit Trap? No, that's Light Trap. Because it's the most dense area. And I'm surprised he's not starting to kill the keys, because it's gonna make it harder for him to do it after. So he has 1 key, so he can check the ZL lock chest right after. Keymaker really happy to now have the iron boots that were on Lax.
Yeah, we had some castle light arrow cuts, light arrows. So this is why you kill the keys first.
Yeah, because then it's difficult.
The other fun thing is he does have lens, so he could just equip lens and see where they are, but no,
Ooh,
you don't do that.
T2 will never do that. Okay, last check in light trial. And it's a heart piece. Okay. So, did Shaggy already get the BK? Oh yeah, he just got it. So now he's using a Mega Side Hop to have enough momentum to be able to just walk through the gap with the hover boots. You could use any sort of trick to have enough momentum. So Mega Backflip, a Hess, a Super Slide, and a Hammer Recoil too. For some reason, Hammer Recoil is the most well-known strat, even though it requires hammer. But yeah, anything will work, and it makes it a great trick, not too hard to learn, and very satisfying.
And T2 here is in an odd position where he doesn't have to choose for this, but you can just do a weird shot and just weird shot your way through.
Yeah, you could also bow extension, but apparently he doesn't know. Like, bow extension lets you shoot through the gate.
Oh, yeah, you could just do that to just super easily do it then.
Perfect. Chew luck choose.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
I think I did have one. I forget it was Cedar or Bengo, where I did a weird shot back there, and I was confused with how I was going to leave. And saved warp out. Someone told me, "Why didn't you just hit the switch?" And I felt like an idiot.
I mean, you have to not know before you know. Okay, forest trial, be nice.
Ah, there we go.
Sweet. So actually the wrong routing, which is to start with forest trial, would have paid off. If you're too used to MST and you always start with forest trial, you get rewarded for your mistake.
Oh, and one really nice thing you can do here, that once again doesn't save that much time but looks cool, is if you can hess up these stairs, and it feels really nice because you just zoom up them.
That's true. And you don't need no angle changes.
Yeah, you could just hold the ESS and then just adjust like OFZ occasionally. Yeah, dude, especially when you get the last gauntlets on Rova, I think you assume that that's going to be useful.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not doing light first is a mistake, but you know, habits sometimes take over.
As an N64 player, seeing this room without 600 lag frames is beautiful.
Yeah, Dorf and Ganon on N64 is it is something. A PowerPoint would go faster. So re-equipping the sword here. He's got the hammer so that he can crouch stab and reuse the master sword, so there's no need to go for the super slide here. You can just do exactly the same as you would in standard, which is really handy.
He
if
does
you don't
have
have anything, yeah.
Is that he can also use get ISG with hammer, if he chooses to.
And T2 is going to start the second phase of Ganon. So the last boss, and weirdly enough, that last boss takes more damage if it's from the Master Sword. Otherwise, any other item would just do 1 damage to him.
Well, almost every other item. If you use
True.
it also does not.
Yeah, because weirdly enough, Deku Stick is considered basically as a Master Sword, if I remember correctly.
I think it's mostly that you're never intended to get here as child, so they didn't bother resetting the damage for a Deku Stick, since you're not supposed to be able to use it as an adult. But
True.
yeah, that's anything that you're not supposed to do in OT is mostly a recommendation. So
Yeah. And in the same field of stuff, the Flare Dancer has the same way of taking damage as Ganon. Which means Master Sword and Deku Stick is the optimal way to go for it. And this is going to be GG for T2, the French player.
GG.
Strong showing. Having a lot of mistakes at the beginning of the seed, but stayed strong, strong mental, pushed through, and finishes 2nd place. GG T2. Shiro, I might let you take over from here if that's okay with you.
Yep, perfectly fine. TT just asked for 2 minutes, probably to collect themselves before jumping in for an interview. His comment was, "Good get cute content for ZSR." So yeah.
It was very good content, and tell him from me that it's really nice that like he pushed through and didn't completely tilt. So GG for that.
Will do for sure. Before you head out, I'm just gonna plug our commentators. Definitely give them a follow, specifically because both of them also race quite frequently. So definitely thank you, Arthur, for commentating today and hanging out with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. That's really nice. I appreciate.
Definitely, thanks for stopping by. It's great to have one of the top runners and a glitch set up person here to actually know what they're talking about.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. That's too many compliments, but it's a very pleasure to be here. I see you next time, and have a good evening, everyone. Ciao, ciao.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay.
So we're getting set up. On the other ends, we're still looking for the mirror shield for most of our players. We see Shaggy's in Fire Temple, so we know that assuming he keeps going through, he's going to be able to find his mirror shield fairly quickly. On the other hand, Keymaker's still going through Spirit, so we know that's going to be a debate.
Yeah, I must say proud of this seed, even though I'm sure most of the runners are probably cursing up a storm against me. Having to do all dungeons, it really sucks, and it's not even for the song. Just to find your items, and unhinted too.
The good news is technically you didn't have to beat Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't think you have to beat Fire or or you didn't have to beat Bongo or beat Volvagia, but you still had to go through most of it.
Yep. Looks like TT is about to join soon. I'm waiting for them to pop into a voice channel so I can pull them in. Of course, the DDR Stone Dungeon Mirror continues. Yes, Duke. Yes. Maybe because I had asked you to roll instead so that we would have a really meme seed. Maybe I was channeling you. So, no, we just should not be rolling our asyncs or weekly seeds, is moral of the story. But a lot of cool glitches this time. I have not seen pretty much TT's going to different Discord. But I haven't seen a lot of these clips that TT was showcasing, and pretty much all 4 of these runners. So this was definitely a good learning experience. Every time I watch someone race, I learn something new, which is fun.
now's probably also a good time to replug, since it's been a little bit since we did. In the DDR stream, the DDR channel, we do have a poll up that we want to hear from everyone possible. So if you're a standard player and you just watched this and found it entertaining, we'd love to hear from you. Or if you're just a standard player that likes to play standard, that's totally fine too. So you can check that out. It's got some commentary explaining some of the stuff that's being asked in the poll. So if you're not sure about any of them, you can feel free to check that or ask some of the people in chat. And yeah, we'd appreciate it if you do that. But right now, I just saw T2 joined. GG,
Hey.
T2.
Yeah, GG.
GG.
At least I had fun.
That's good. That's all that's important.
Yeah, that's so funny.
I think we all have to mention we felt bad for the Goron City, the VC crash.
Oh yeah. But I'm dumb because I totally forgot that I got strength in DC, so that trick was useless. So I lost 5 minutes to it, and I didn't have a brain on the beginning of the seed, totally. But yeah.
We also definitely appreciated, especially since Arthur was commentating, you going for the clip into the basement of Forest. We had a very much emotional roller coaster with you getting shot again by the elevator.
Yeah, and then avoid at the end.
Yeah, it's funny listening because they were explaining the trick and they're like, "Oh yeah, I got it. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh no."
The problem is that I didn't really practice it. Like I'm just coming back to Rando a week ago because I did a lot of bingo for the bingo tournament. But yeah, I didn't practice at all. I just did a few seed, so I'm kind of rusty. And yeah, I wasn't sure about pulling out that trick here, but yeah. I wanted to do it anyway.
It was definitely worth it. I was just saying, as Arthur was stepping out to his co-op race, that every time I watch these restreams, not even just restreams, but I'll follow a runner every weekly race, and I learn something new every single time. And you definitely showed a lot of cool glitches that don't get to be utilized very often. So that was greatly appreciated. I learned a lot.
Yeah, it's cool.
I did see I looking at it saw a bunch of clips I didn't recognize, like the one to clip in the Goron Death Mountain Trail to get behind that bomb one.
Oh yeah,
I never. That's very cool.
I think it's Blini who found it, and yeah, it's just a jump slash. Usually it's easy, and I do it first try, but I have some trouble here. I had to practice it. It's not hard, it's just a jump slash, it's a few frames. So.
I know Arthur did say when he was here that he wanted to ask you why you opted to go to Fire Temple instead of going for like Ice Cavern at the end there for looking for the mirror field.
It was similar to me, and yeah, I thought it was better to do Fire, I don't know why. It's just because like I just play Bolero and I'm in it.
It was, yeah. It's definitely something that at that point it's basically a toss-up. Whichever one you go to, they both have their advantages and disadvantages. And
yeah, and I felt a little behind, so I thought all guys doing Ice Cavern. I was just saying just do Fire. We'll see. It's a 50-50 situation.
Mm-hmm. They're definitely in both cases ones that have a decent density of checks, but are still pretty slow to get to. So
yeah.
I mean, from a standard perspective, since I typically do standard, I probably would still go Fire only because the hammer was found sort of early. I think it was like the hour-and-a-half mark, and Ice is always available, but in terms of check density, I probably would go towards Fire since there were a lot more available things to do.
Yeah.
But it is a tough call. It does seem like it's like a 75-25 split on Restream, where 3 went fire, and then 4 just went and is going through ice right now.
Yeah, and because of the song wasn't that good, it was Song of Time or something like this. Yeah, so just fire and that's it. If it was a good song, maybe I would have done ice before, but yeah.
Yeah, where was the boss key in water again?
Vanilla.
Vanilla, yeah.
Ah, okay. So we didn't really need Song of Time. I wonder, looking at the spoiler later, if the seed thought you may have needed Song of Time for key logic or something.
I'm not sure. The only spot I can think of that might be the case is like Forest, but you had a super early bow, so I don't even think that's the case.
Yeah.
So I like that you feel with the slingshot.
Well, yes, the way of the hero for a slingshot.
Yeah.
The only thing to find. Yeah.
So bad. I would have done full Jabu if I didn't have that hint. But because I was only missing Mirror Shield when I did Jabu, like I just put Pharaoh's Win on it and just check your field. And I didn't come to Jabu again. Miss, I had Spirit, Fire, and I used to do so. No Jabu.
Jabu's definitely one that there are only 4 checks in there, so if you can skip it, it's really nice too, for sure.
Then also Deku was Way of the Hero for Forest Medallion.
And also Hookshot too.
Hookshot, yeah.
Yep. But I feel like there was something said that you were not going to be very happy about seeing that.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. But that's a risk if you do early, as you'll say. It's just like even if I got I fell in the lake at the beginning after the hints. But even if I got the cycle, I would have done adults early. Like it's my usual routing. So I would have get that hookshot very late compared to others.
I think I think in general, most of the players actually push Deku off a little bit. So I think it still took the rest of the players still a decent amount of time beforehand. No one rushed it straight away.
Okay,
for sure. Or at least on the restream. In general, did you have any particular thoughts about this seed, T2?
Not really. It's a normal seed in my opinion. Like not
Apparently
hard, but not easy.
Definitely wasn't a jet seed. Chiro was originally promising us a jet seed, and
nah.
They all jinxed me. I normally do roll jet seeds, but I don't know. Either I'm channeling Duke or you guys jinxed me. Maybe it's
both.
a restreamer curse. It could be both also. Could be all of the above. Watch the next seed I roll, it's gonna be a complete jet. Like sub 130.
Ooh. Imagine a sub 130 on DDR. Oof, that would be lovely.
Yeah, I don't know what's the best time for DDR. Like
I think we've had sub 2 for DDR.
Yeah, sub 2, yeah.
But I don't think we've had sub 130.
Sub 2 is definitely possible even just on standard. I believe it has happened. Yeah, Toxic chiming in, standard record is 121.
Wow.
Okay.
That is insanely fast. I don't think we've gotten that in DDR yet.
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, we also have significantly fewer DDR races. Speaking of which, if you want to join DDR races, make sure to check out the channel there and add the DDR role. Currently, for the most part, there's the weekly restream at this time on Saturdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 p.m. Central European Time. Europeans can correct me.
For DDR, it's 5 p.m. CEST.
Oh, it's 5 p.m. Wow, that's so. I'm glad someone corrected me. So yeah, 5 p.m. Central European time. So you can check that out. Obviously, you're also welcome to at any point run a DDR race. You can just tag people.
And then we also have a poll going on right now to kind of get the lay of the land in terms of everyone's thoughts on the current rule set and some tricks that are in discussion. Water Temple entrance being quite highly discussed. T2, have you had a chance to look at the survey and have any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Arthur's opinion. Like, I think it's better to attract people if we simplify the entrance of the dungeon. Like, just like we do in standard. For water, you just have to hookshot the thing and dive with Golden Scale or Iron Boots. I'm more to that's cool because it would feel so bad if we can skip everything. Like no Iron Warp does. It's kind of good to have some restriction to make Rondo a little more fun.
It's definitely something if you check out the DDR rule set channel. Currently, there's a discussion going around that. So if you're not sure what any of the any of the settings or any of the glitches that are mentioned in the poll, make sure to ask people. There are plenty of people there who can help you out and let you know what it is. There's also a document explaining, and I think it does a pretty good job explaining what the glitches are and what are some of the repercussions. So yeah, we as we mentioned, we do want to hear from standard players as well as whether or not you want to join DDR, but especially if you do, we want to hear everyone's opinion. Another thing we can probably plug at the same time is there are some asyncs for DDR that are rolled. So if you don't think that you can join a weekly race or anything like that, but still want to try it out, you can do some seeds that can be done at any time that you want, and you can pause them, ask for help, do whatever you'd like. And those are up for another, I think, 10 days for this month. And then we're switching over to the new ones. Now, be a warning, Duke did roll them, so I just assume you're going to have to go into Fire Temple for a Mirror Shield. That's probably a good assumption.
GG to Fanta finishing in 4th place with a time of 3:35.41.
GG Fanta.
Seems like we're getting finishers rolling in now.
Spoilers, Duke.
Oh yeah, I didn't finish that one. It was too long.
Longer than this?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I found like mirror at 3:30, something like that. So it was something like my last check.
That's a big move.
And I was too lazy to finish.
I do have a question. Maybe this is me thinking about it differently. I typically choose Hammer Chest as my last check. Is there a reason why, instead of going the highest score on, you guys would go to Hammer Chest beforehand? Is it just to drop down?
I didn't have Song of Time.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you would have to do the drop down.
We can weird shot to the chest, but we are stuck after. So you want to do the hammer chest before?
So there is a weird shot set up to get that?
Yeah.
Yeah, in general, for pretty much all of them, you can just weird shot, and because they have the chest in there, you can just hook shot the chest. Though leaving from the rooms, it tends to be a little more difficult. Because I think for some reason all of those rooms have all of the walls have collision on both sides. Nintendo actually did their job programming the collision. So.
Oh yeah, Kirox. I always forget that thing.
I guess I'll just say it instead of typing. So, when entering that open room, can you hover boots, just like hover across to the pillar
you
and
can
then
do
to the
that.
other side, and then hammer the rusted switch to open the door?
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Hmm. And that one, you can. I think you can even do it like in standard. You can hammer through that Song of Time block, so you don't really have to worry.
Yeah,
about
you
playing.
can do it in standard. Yeah.
Mhm.
You just have to jump down. So, which actually I think Keymaker's about to do right now.
Yep.
Sploot.
Yeah, this must have been a moment for all y'all when you got the mirror shield and you're like, really? Really? Because all these comments are like, LMAO, LOL, super funny.
Mhm.
Fanta saying this was slightly painful toward the end. That may be slightly of a spoiler. But yeah. I think this was trying to do all the glitches, and then you're like, no, you have to do this the real way. And that's unfair. That's mean.
I got a funny thing at the end in Ganon's castle looking for light arrows. Like I was in Spirit Trial with no bomb shoes. So I have to weird shot to the chest, and the chest was bomb shoes. Was such a troll.
Arthur did mention apparently you can like bow extension to shoot through the gate.
Oh,
Is what he was mentioning. Me neither. Apparently that's a thing you can do.
Okay.
Anytime base logic being dumb, if you look at Spirit Temple, just ignore Spirit Temple. Just don't look at that in terms of logic. Just don't. It's better for everyone. You're going to have an interesting, or it's at this point between Shaggy and Keymaker, since they both have the items. I think since Shaggy has beaten Spirit, he's got the best shot, definitely finishing. He should be finishing pretty soon.
Yeah, in 10 minutes.
Keymaker not too far behind.
Yeah, they checked outside Ganon's castle ferry first before going in a last-ditch effort to find the light arrows. Which, I mean, I can't blame them. I probably would do the same. So it always feels bad, man, if you find Strength 3 in Logic, and you're wondering, is it for the fairy, or is it for Light Trial, or is it for neither, and it could be, like, somewhere else. But it's always a risky move, and it only takes, what, a minute to check that, and it would be less time to do so than if you went all the way up for Ganon and tell you, oh yeah, my light arrow's outside.
Yeah, it's definitely one that's pretty fast. You can also clip into that pretty simply and just save the time for the cutscene. But I don't even think that would be much faster, especially in that case.
Yeah, this is also a debate of like, my light arrows are in my castle, and you're like, oh, okay, Strength 3, Light Trial, not there.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of chests in Light Trial, so kind of want to do it first.
Especially finding gold gauntlets on Twin Rova.
Also, that does seem to be a common theme, that third strength block is always in Spirit on somewhere.
That's true.
So we'll see Shaggy going to be getting his hint for the light airs pretty soon. We'll see if he ends up hessing up these stairs. He should. Yeah, perfect.
The unspoken requirements. You have to Coco Dive into bottom of the well, and you have to Hess up to Ganon.
Which Shaggy is not doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Shaggy has a cheater adapter, so it should be fine for him.
Well, he's only going for the hint, so you know what? Second time is the one that really matters.
Yeah.
We won't shame them just yet. It does seem like Keymaker's definitely not going to be very far behind going into the Twin Robo fight now.
And with a nice Ganon's Castle BK, we know that it's going to be pretty fast to find. Of course, Shaggy, like I'm sure pretty much everyone will, is going to rush the light trial. He definitely has the best shot. You definitely go for the 7 checks when you just found gold gauntlets over the 1 check in forest temple or forest trial. Shaggy opting for a quick spin strat to defeat the invisible keys. Very interesting. At this point, we'll see where Nefe is ending up going. Oh, it looks like Nefe might be going to Fire Temple, so they'll finally be able to find their mirror shield. Also, like that on Nefe's side has most items in the whole game. It's basically only missing fire arrows and Mirror's Love, and light arrows, of course.
And let's not forget that everyone is valid if they've done treasure chest minigame by getting Greg.
I don't think Tito did. I think Tito checked and then didn't open the chest as the ultimate show disrespect to Greg.
Strike 1.
Ooh, Nefe did as well. Ooh. Big oof. Clearly, that's actually why T2's VC crashed. It's because they knew that in 2 hours would disrespect Greg. And they're like, we have to preemptively punish.
The rando gods know.
They know. I'm not sure what you did to deserve that fiasco in Forest Temple, but I assume it was something.
As painful as it was at the end, I'm sorry. It was extremely hilarious to see it, and I did create a clip. I'm gonna go back and edit that, but it was.
It was hilarious for me too. So.
Yeah. Definitely pulling off all the swag strats today.
They'll see Keymaker now walking in. If he, for some reason, dips to checks the items in Ganon's castle and starts with Forest, he would actually not be that far behind Shaggy. I doubt he would do that because you're going to get the hint from Ganon first, but Now, Shaggy's coming up on the important Hess. Will he Hess up the stairs the final time? You can do it, Shaggy. Nice. This is another spot where it might save like 10 seconds, probably even less than that, but it looks cool, so that's the important part.
You see, they did the important one. So, no, we're not going to DQ them after. It's all okay.
Yeah.
I can't
I
have
don't think
go,
Keith
by the
went
way.
for it.
I'm DQ'd every race.
Do you cuckoo dive, though, into the bottom of the well?
Oh, yes, definitely.
That redeems it, I think.
Alright, thank you. I feel better now.
So I think T2, I don't think you Hessed up those final stairs. Maybe
No,
that's what...
Sing is a pain for me. Like I tried a few S's in the seed and I failed everything. So
I think that might be what caused the issues in Forest. I think it's preemptively getting punished for that too.
yeah.
You still got first on Restream, though, so...
Yeah.
You are rewarded.
Shaggy going for an ISG stat on Ganondorf. If you are able to get that guarantees the 1 cycle. If you're getting it fast enough, so it is nice. It is not required though. You can just do the glitchless method and time your crouch stabs. Also, if you play on N64, good luck getting that ISG. The whole thing is one giant lag frame.
Did Keed just change and dispel their warp point to a different area? What? Confused. And also not Hessing.
Also not, but probably going to come by a second time, so we'll see. There might be redemption. Oh, Neffy doing, it looks like an old school an old school setup for this clip in Fire Temple. This one you don't really see.
Key still not Hessing.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
I'll have to go find a race mod. No, I'm just kidding. I think this was said earlier. I mean, I think it's a meme joke, kind of like the toilet and validation rupee are meme jokes overall in OOTR, but Hessing is not required to play DDR at all. I mean, I will probably not Hess in a seed. Oh, that was painful.
Oh,
Ouchies. But Hessing is definitely not required, nor should anyone feel it is required to do so. I think it's a running joke along the crew to Hess their way into the Ganon fight, or Hess into the final Ganon fight so that you can keep your Master Sword. But it's definitely not a hard requirement. This is all just jokes and fun. And GG to Shaggy.
GG. It is also worth reminding everyone that these DDR races, they're all done on glitched logic. So if you want to try it out, you are not required to use any of the glitches used here. You could go through the entire seed playing standard, and that is valid DDR for DDR. So you can just from there add the glitches as you feel comfortable, and just do whatever you feel you comfortable doing in a race and adding that on top of that, just to make it better for you or more comfortable. Key's bingo experience clearly showing again as he opts to do the start with force trial. Not hessing again. Rip. And pretty soon Nefe is gonna find their mirror shield, and from there can go and complete spirit.
Since Duke's gonna say that, I'm just gonna plug our trackers since 2 of them have already dropped out to do on other activities since their runners have finished. So thank you to our 4 trackers today: Tomatok, Oksani, Duke Dragon, and Curry Chicken. Definitely appreciate all of our volunteers that help behind the scenes to make sure that if anyone were to pop in at any given time, you can definitely see how bad of a seat it is by how many items these runners do not have and the time that is ticking. But we definitely appreciate all of our volunteers. And Trez is looking to find some more restreamers. So depending on which Discord you follow, I'll just plug the actual Discord then, the ZSR Discord. If you're interested in restreaming races like this across all of our Zelda games, doesn't have to be Ocarina of Time. Oh, I spelled volunteer wrong. I can't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that would make a difference. It might be mod only.
No, it shouldn't. But I can try. I can also look and see what ones there are, or just paste a link to it. But anyway, if you're interested in being a commentator, tracker, or a restreamer, please definitely check out the ZSR Discord and get involved. It's super fun most of the time. And Shaggy was gonna join. Then I'll drag them in from whichever VC. And here we go. GG, Shaggy.
GG, Shaggy.
That one was a bit messy, but not that bad. I almost made Child Shadow good.
Well, that was beautiful. We were definitely hoping. We were discussing it when we saw you in Shadowwish Child. We had hopes.
Yeah, what stopped me was I didn't have any chews, so I couldn't get onto the boat, and I didn't get any keys early on, so I basically couldn't continue.
Would you have gone for it for the whole way?
I would have gone for it if I had Kokiri Sword. Because I know you can do it without, but I only ever learned the setup with Sword. And Bongo is a lot easier if you have Sword too, at least I think.
So apparently, Arthur was saying that there's also an issue if you touch the loading zone, the blue warp.
As Child and Crash is correct.
Yeah, I found that out. Not that I knew any of the stuff necessary in order to do Shadow as Child, but...
Yeah, you would have to do the cutscene skip, which I don't know that either. So I didn't plan to beat Shadow as Child, but I didn't have to beat it. It was a stone, so I was just looking for whatever the way of the hero item was.
It's definitely a good time to try it out with it being a stone dungeon. So
yeah, and I found Din's right as soon as I left too, so it was kind of pointless. And I had fire arrows in Magic. I just never learned fire arrow shadow entry, so it's like it was really pointless to do it, but I wanted to do it.
I think Keymaker did fire arrow entry. It took him a couple tries, but he did get fire arrow entry for Shadow, which was nice.
Yeah, that makes sense. Din's was in bottom of the well, so if you didn't go there, you would have had fire fire arrow pretty early because it was on chickens, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, I just spent a long time looking for Mirror Shield. It didn't feel that bad otherwise. I'm guessing a lot of people spent a lot of time looking for Mirror Shield.
And Mirror Shield was the last several while for this.
Probably at least a good hour for everyone.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Nefe, the Pure Chicken mentioned that Nefe literally just found theirs. No one wants to go into a stone fire to find their Mirror Shield.
Yeah, makes sense.
And all the way to highest Goron too.
I forget what Nefe's doing.
Yeah, is that the
Oh, they
wrong
forgot to
way?
do this check.
Oh. Was that where boss key is?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. Did you have any other overall opinions about the sheep seed, Shaggy?
I thought it was a pretty decent seed overall. It was cool to get long shot super early. That was nice. And other than Mirror Shield, nothing was hard to find, which is good. I don't know if there's too much else to say about this seed.
Hi, Keymaker. GG.
GG.
Mhm. That was certainly something. And I was so happy when we got the OoT hints. It was like, oh, it's Prelude? Cool, this probably isn't all dungeons.
Debate.
Jabate.
You're welcome, by the way. Hi, free streamer. I rolled it. I'm so sorry.
Well, still sub 4, so whatever.
All seeds can sub 4 in any rule set.
I don't know, I mean, 3 stones, sub 4 is pretty tough. I assessed my 430 last night.
Ouch.
To be fair, that would have been, if I remember correctly, it would have been better had it been all dungeons and not...
Oh, yeah. That would have been like sub 3 if that was all dungeon. Freaking water temple.
We also did appreciate that we saw you going for the fire air entry. Took a couple tries though, but we did see you got it.
Yeah, I haven't done it in a couple months. What I always do, I always just pull up Exodus's video for that, and he has like the step-by-step in the description.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
just
you
pull
read
up that
it.
video, open up the description, just don't look at the game and just look at that and just execute one line after another.
Yeah, I
also
do the
find
same.
I also find it interesting though, because for the last two, you actually use the bow to shoot it instead of just using fire arrows.
Yeah, you don't have enough magic normally to light all of them, so you do one pass with fire arrows and then you do a second pass with bow. Oh, you mean for the last two? You
Well,
mean.
the last two, yeah.
The last two, you have enough magic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You do have that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The attempt you got it, I was kind of freaking out at the end there as you were missing the couple shots.
Yeah.
having a
I
hard-
think the attempt before that, I got them all except for the last one, and it kept on just trolling me. I think I hit the torch like 3 times, and it just wasn't lighting. I was not very happy. And then Shadow was a disaster. So I was a little salty after that. I
But we-
managed. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I managed to end up at half a heart after doing the sliding wall room with the boss key room, and then was walking over to the chest that had boomerang in it with half a heart, and got nailed by one of the wall masters or whatever,
Oh,
and I had to redo the entire dungeon.
Oh,
And
ouch.
right after that, I was like, "Hey, man, I wish I had Ferris win. I could have set that." And then looked over at my tracker, and I had Ferris win. I was so mad. And then, of course, it was boomerang next check. So,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I wasted a ton of time in Shadow by riding the boat twice as well, just because I decided not to do Bongo and left, and then was like, you know what, I really should do Bongo. It could be Mirror Shield, and that was just a waste of time.
I think everyone did bongo on that seed, to be honest.
Yeah. honestly, like if you're right there, like there's no point in not doing it. Almost.
Mm.
Like, how was it though that the 2 dungeons you didn't have to enter, you didn't have to beat? It was literally the last check in both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was either last check or the before last check in fire, depending how you routed it. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really gross.
Oh, it was so maddening. I don't know. I was happy to get the fire arrow hint though, because I didn't find Din's fire until super late. And then
Yeah,
I
I think
didn't
those-
have. Not good.
I think those were in bottom of the well. I think so.
Yeah.
They would logically could be accessed pretty early. And Song
Mhm.
Storms was on Minuet, I think.
Oh, speaking of which, what was the logic for the Hyrule Field Way of the hero? I had thought it was Slingshot, but then I found 2 other Slingshots that were in logic, I think. So I was confused. Because I assumed it was Slingshot for Goma.
That's what we are thinking as well. I forget where the other 2 slingshots were, though.
So I think one of them was in water, which maybe that was locked behind another, like Longshot was locked behind Slingshot or something. I don't remember.
Could have been locked
Yeah,
behind
for-
hook shots. I'm looking at the
Yeah, I
spoiler,
think it's
and
a shot, yeah.
yeah, the slingshot is way of the hero, and that's the only way of the hero from Hyrule Field. So it was probably to get the hook shot first.
Yeah. It's
Be the
frustrating.
song too, because Deku was forest, so that does unlock a song as well. I don't remember what that was.
The
Mhm.
Deku Way of the
Requiem.
hero was for the hook shot, right? Because that kind of
Yeah.
confused
Yeah.
me as well.
Yes.
Because the other hook shot was in the top of Crater, and that should have been accessible without hook shot, right?
It could be if it
Yeah.
locked, if the beam you needed hookshot in order to access it.
You could have gotten it with.
It was in the grotto, wasn't
Hover
it?
Boots definitely got you there though. Hover Boots was pretty open for everyone. I just didn't check it till late, and that gets you the top of DMC. I'm not sure if Logic. I'm pretty sure
I mean,
that
you just
logically
need
does it.
explosives to get to the top of DMC, don't you? It was in the grotto.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking about
Yeah,
the
it's over.
grotto.
Mm.
Yeah, that
But you
should
need
be
a long
explosives.
shot anyway.
Yeah, though I know the bomb bags were pretty late in the seed. There was one in forest, which is clearly a hookshot lock, and there's one in bottom of the well.
Yeah, that
And
was
bottom of the
in
well-
the crypt area.
Oh, right. I guess if you need long shot, then it could pick one of the hook shots as way of the hero. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because you need long shot for water, so
Yeah, it's like if for hookshot, either one can be way of the hero because you have to get both normally. But for like bow, you can't really have one be way of the hero unless the other 2 are locked behind it.
I see how that works. Okay.
It's the same thing with magic. That shows up a lot actually, where like magics
Yeah.
don't show up way of the hero normally.
And magic, bow, bombs, and quiver bag also do those. Since getting an upgrade doesn't change how they work, it just makes it more.
Mhm. Oh, I also accidentally sat waiting around in Lost Woods waiting for Navi Dive for like 3 times in a row when I had gold scale.
Oh, I think I did mention that one. Where
I keep on forgetting to learn to relearn the Deku Stick Escape. I used to know it, but I haven't done it in like 5 years, so I didn't want to break my like 1 stick that I had.
which is very fair. It did also give us a chance to mention the clip you can do super early as child, so that's nice. That was why you did it, I'm sure, to give us a chance as the restreamers and the commentators to mention it.
Yeah, I'm so accommodating.
Yeah, it's very kind of you.
I don't know, more and more with randos, I feel like it's whenever you're missing 1 or 2 items, just okay, where's the worst possible spot it could be for you? It's there. Just
Yep,
every
that's-
time.
But see, then it comes with the unintended side effect that if you always go to the worst possible location, then clearly it doesn't become the worst possible location anymore.
Oh jeez, Dobby, please, my brain.
I think going for a super slide here. I don't know if a super slide actually makes it up. Like, you might have to
If you
ESS.
extend it. Yeah, you probably have to
Yeah,
extend it.
yeah,
Oh
but
yeah,
you-
he's gonna extend it. I should
So
probably
here's
do
actually, I think, the first one that we see. I think this is actually the first ESS that we saw. We mentioned way earlier. The super slide, whereas the trick that you drop the 2 bombs and you roll into it, that gives you lots of backward momentum. That only lets you go in a straight line. And if you hold the ES position, which is a position just off from neutral, it helps you preserve that momentum. And so you can move backwards much faster. And then HES, which is hyper-extended super slide, is allowing you to use that ESS position to preserve speed, while also having the advantage of being able to turn around.
Also, who else loved that light arrows position?
Have
was
strength
pretty
3,
good.
not in light trial.
I was expecting
even-
to be on gold gauntlets.
Yeah, I even after Rova, I like saw the strength 3. I was like, oh no, I don't need that, and left. And as soon as I saw it was in trial, I was like, oh no. Like, not a big deal. You can unload the thing. You can unload the block, but like, that would have been really awkward.
Yeah, you have a lot of strat to skip it. So.
You can also
Like,
do
as
the
soon-
super slide. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have just been really funny. But then, luckily, I'm assuming it was the first check most people did.
Nope. Most people did light trial.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I went
watching
for trial,
to-
spirit trial
yeah.
first.
Listen, I'm a simple man. I came out of Inner Tower, saw a trial, and walked into it.
I think most players were banking on the density in light trial, but also it being the gold gauntlets being on Twin Rova just screams that they're necessary.
Yeah. Oh, geez, I really hope he's not going to go clockwise around.
Wait, there's an invisible chest in Spirit Trial that has more bomb shoes in it?
You,
Is, yeah.
you didn't.
But it's
You didn't know about that chest.
No. I'm glad light
Actually-
arrows are there.
I'm not sure how I knew about that one.
Yeah, there's 2 chests in Spirit Trial.
Yeah, what does
No,
that
I
have in
think
vanilla?
Nefe- Yeah, I think
both
Nefe
the bomb
has
shoes
the
and
gold
vanilla.
gauntlets, but it's still doing the bingo strat too.
Nice.
I mean, it looks cool.
It looks very cool. You can just turn around and go.
Oh, overdid it a little bit there. What's in that Spirit Trial chest normally? Anyone remember?
I do
Oh,
think it's
vanilla?
bomb shoes.
Oh.
Either that or it's a refill or something, but pretty sure
I
it's
think
bomb
it might be arrows, because bomb shoes are in the other chest. Like on the
shoes. The
other side.
non-invisible one?
Oh yeah, it must
Uh,
be either. It must be arrows then, because you need them
Okay.
for the next part of the trial.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, normally in like yield in any percent runs or bingo runs or whatever, you would just hit the switch, then get the bomb shoe chest and leave. But yeah, I forgot about that invisible chest.
I think it's arrows. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that would make sense. It either needs to be like that or magic, because that's what you need for the next ones, the next like area, and I don't think there's any magic chests.
Yeah, I
No,
don't think so.
I think they always have them in the pots instead.
Mhm.
We do see Nefe, of course, doing the logical thing. Logical for everyone who isn't Keymaker, and going for light trial first.
Oh man, I really wish I had sniped someone by going the right way in trials.
I think had you not gone up to Ganon and instead gone directly to the forest trial and found it, you actually would have been within 5 seconds of Shaggy.
That would have been a play.
That would have been the biggest brain play.
Honestly, if I saw someone do that, I would assume they were watching someone else's stream or something. Like, that is
There's
so
no-
sketch.
There's no way you just happened to do that.
Like, I was afraid someone was going to call me on the way I got bombs in forests. That was super sketch as well. I, like, walked into forest, realized I didn't have strength, and was like, oh, I'll just do the first check here, got bombs, and left immediately.
That's definitely a very fortunate placement.
Mhm.
We were wondering why you decided to go to forest without strength, but
Because I'm an idiot.
forgetting you had it is definitely a valid reason.
My simple brain went, oh, I have hookshot and bow, we're good.
I can definitely tell you, writing up the item requirements for bingo hints. I forgot strength as well for Forest a lot of them, and I had to re-add it.
Almost there. After this trial.
Yeah, Nefe going the exact opposite way.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it's not too time consuming in trials. Like, if you just keep on going through, you'll eventually get everything.
It's definitely better than... we were trying to think of some worst case scenarios of where light arrows could be. And I think like locked behind Sarios could be really bad because no one ever found that.
There we go.
Nice. I assume Sarah's must have been on Nocturne or something like that. It was either Nocturne or Serenade.
Yeah. And I think some people checked Ice, so I think someone checked Serenade. It probably
Maple
was
Star finished.
GG to Maple Star. 7th place time of 4:13:53. No GG to them.
Yeah, it was on Burning Cack, so the Nocturne hint.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been awful since we would have had it, but we would have had to go get it and then figure out where the heck it was.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time for, I think it was Prelude.
Yep.
Not Curry. For that. But anyway, all dungeons for Prelude. Definitely important to note.
Definitely
Unhinted.
worthwhile.
Other than Shadow. I mean, Shadow was hinted, but yeah.
I mean, they gave us a hammer. What other hints do we need?
Mirror Shield would have been probably nice, but you know.
Yeah, a Way of the Hero Fire Temple would have saved a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I also at some point miscounted the number of wave hero hints I had written down, so I thought I was missing one for a while. I was getting hints way later than I should have.
I think in general the hints were pretty nice for this. They gave you a lot of hints early, especially the Baron hints. I think everyone got the Baron hint within like 15 minutes. That's very nice.
The Baron GTG hint was really nice. Not having to check all of that.
I love that. Dude, I had like one Way of the Hero hint early, which was Sacred Forest Meadow for Minuet, which kind of sucked. And then I didn't find the other 4 for like an hour or so, which was kind of annoying.
Ooh.
Which I don't know why. Usually I find those pretty quick because I kind of prioritize hints, but I was just kind of getting unlucky, I guess.
Nefe getting a bit unlucky with the fight.
Oh, ouchies.
Defe, no.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, was Lens of Truth useful for anything? I know it showed up early.
Greg.
Nah.
No,
Yeah, it was necessary for Greg.
I did the treasure chest game, and I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't useful.
It was
It was the
validation
most
rupee,
useful. Yeah, it was validation rupee, so it's the most important item in the game.
Oh yeah.
which I loved because like you walk by the 5 rupee chests that you could have gotten, the 10s, the 20s, the 50 or whatever it was, and you get 1 rupee for getting lucky.
I still contend that at the beginning of the lens minigame, there are chests with green rupees in them, and one of them is a green rupee, and it's random where it is. It is thus a randomized green rupee. I'm just saying, it's a bingo right there.
I mean,
Nefe might clutch that sub 420 finish time.
Or wait for the 420. I hope not, though, because the Wind Waker random Discord is actually supposed to be having their bi-weekly fun race right now. But also, ironically enough, the person that was going to roll the seed has not woken up and has not provided it. So that lucked out with all of us being able to cheer on Nefe as they finish. But very weird series of events today. I rolled an extremely long DDR seed with very unhinted, painful items in bad locations. And the next restream is not even ready either because they don't have a seed roller. So, story of the morning today.
We should be thankfully finishing very quickly. So, once the next restream is able to set up, we should be good to go.
Yeah.
Unless Nefe dies to Ganondorf or Ganon, but with 14 hearts, I don't think that's likely.
14 hearts double defense.
It's also looking like they're gonna skip anyway, so we have time.
Nefe going for both fancy strats, super sliding into the cutscene, as were mentioned earlier. For some reason, the act of the Master Jewel getting removed from your inventory is linked to the animation of it getting knocked out of your hand. And so if you super slide into that cutscene, you're not able to do that, and hold R, you have to hold R the whole time. You're not able to activate that animation, and so you keep the Master Jewel.
GG.
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 So no forfeit. That's good.
Real close to that 420 finish. Oh, sub 420.
People shaming him. Not waiting for 420. How dare you? So we'll ask and see if they'll come in for some final thoughts and angry yelling at the memes and the feed.
While Shear's doing that, it's probably a good time to remind everyone that there is a poll in the DDR channel of the OTR Discord. So if you liked what you see and want to hop in and help shape the future of DDR, we encourage you, and we very much would love if everyone filled out the survey. Even if you're not planning on joining, and we also want to hear from standard players to know what their general opinions are about the rule set. So please, if you could do that, that'd be much appreciated. We also have I think they're pinned in there, we have some async seeds. So if you're looking to learn how to play, but don't want to participate in a weekly race, you can just have fun playing around with those and do it offline, take as many breaks as you need, and ask around and help in the channel if you need help for certain strats, and learn at your own pace. If you are looking to join a weekly race, though, we have those at the same time as we do here. So at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturdays, which is apparently 5 p.m. for Central European Time, if I remember correctly what T2 told me. Or at least it's 5 p.m. Central European Time for however long until time changes, which I think on our end is like less than a month.
And I'm not seeing anything from Nefe if they want to come in for an interview.
Though I did just see Nefe is in one of the other voice chats.
In AFK. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't read. Thank you. Hello, GG.
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 So, Nefe, yeah, what were your opinions on the seed in general?
Okay, overall, seed wasn't terrible except for Mirror Shield, and I just made it a lot worse for myself than I had to. That's what
They definitely, I think for all the players, the Mirror Shield was definitely the sticking point. I think most players spent at least just an hour looking just for the Mirror Shield.
Yeah.
You got unlucky in that you pushed off fire for a really long time. Which, to be honest, I would have too. I would also be finishing later.
I feel like the early hammer might have been a hint. But even then, I don't know. Fire, when it's not a medallion,
Yeah.
Not good. Not good. Get it out of here.
So
Also-
am I forbidden from rolling seeds now just because of that?
That's alright. Could have been worse.
Yeah, I played worse seeds. This one wasn't too bad.
You expect one gross item.
Instead, we just got 2.
Yeah, at least the hints were useful in this one. It always sucks when you get seeds that are with completely useless hints.
Wave the hero tunic. Oof. Oof.
I was so afraid of the Shadow Way the hero being Fire Tunic. Or Water Tunic. Oh no, Fire Tunic was in there. But it wouldn't have made sense because we had Adult's Wallet.
Ouais.
What was the way the hero in the field? I couldn't figure it out.
Slingshot.
Slingshot.
That was
Or-
required. It's required
Oh,
in
thank
order
you.
by logic to do Goma.
Oh, okay.
Kind of wish we could change that. But it is what it is.
Well,
Speaking
that
of
is one of the
which,
things on the poll to have a customized hint distribution for DDR. So that is definitely something that should be, I guess, promoted a little bit more in terms of filling out this poll. Because in addition to, I guess, standard nuances like Slingshot being required for Deku Tree, do we want to enable B1 skip for a trick so that it wouldn't turn out to be a Slingshot Way of the hero specifically for completing that, and instead for the one only other check it would be useful for, which is a very blatant, obvious go-do target in the woods. But for DDR in general, there are a lot of ways that the item distribution really impacts your routing. So having a customized one would be very interesting to see how that affects it.
One nice thing too is that, especially in terms of being able to complete it glitchlessly for the hint distributions, it is also possible to just not have these items be hinted, but the tricks still not be enabled. So it wouldn't be necessary to do B1 skip, but just say, don't give me a slingshot as way of the hero. That is also possible to do.
That's the way it should be done,
Yeah.
for sure.
You can do the same thing with Rudo's letter to just say, I mean, you still require it,